where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in this wacky world of esports. We have got some awesome Asphalt 9 races coming up for you today. Lots to be excited for, so start your engines. It is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
That intro always gets me so hyped, but nowhere near as hyped as chatting to the experts sat next to me. Lethal, Demon, hello, hello. Are you ready for some awesome races today? Lethal, what do you think?
More than ready, mate. I think we're going to be flabbergasted with the incredible competition which is about to unfold here. It's going to be the same storylines. It's just going to be depending on if it's going to be the same circumstances coming out at the very end. But I'm very excited to see how everything goes here today.
And Demon, you have been working on Asphalt for years and years and years now. Is this just more of the same to you, or are you particularly excited for today?
No, I mean, I'm very excited. Obviously, like you say, I've been covering it since probably the World Cyber Games days. Yeah, well, that was a long time ago, because that doesn't really exist these days. Back when this man used to compete in it. It's that side, he's that side, he's there. He used to compete in it years and years and years ago. Yeah, obviously, you know, we've got some amazing players. Future Flash, once again, taking part, has been dominant throughout the season. I want to see whether he can go on and win another.
Well, I want to get into this as quickly as possible. But before we do, we need to learn about how the format works today. Let's take a look.
The Asphalt 9 Legends season unfolds in two thrilling phases: time-limited events, TLEs, and the Open Finals, both of which are split into two tournaments, one for Android and one for iOS. TLEs are open in-game tournaments where anyone can sign up. Tournament officials select a single track and everyone puts up their best solo lap. The racers with the best times from each leaderboard advance to the Open Finals. The top 4 racers for the TLEs are invited to the electrifying Ultimate Showdown. They will compete in an exciting double elimination bracket where every match will be best of 3 except for the grand final, which will be best of 5. The tracks for this phase are chosen from the competitive map pool. Between hundreds of thousands of players, only one racer per platform will emerge as the champion of the Asphalt 9 Snapdragon Pro Series.
The time trials are over and done with, but now we move on to the double elimination bracket. I've got to say, Lethal, being reasonably new to Asphalt myself, I'm not used to this time trials into races format, way of doing things. Like, what do you think about this?
I think it's one of the most concrete and consistent ways to get the best players for each platform. We know that the difference between a multiplayer environment and a 1v1 setting compared to time trials is the fact that with time trials you can have as many attempts, countless attempts as you like, to try and at least rectify any minor errors in order to get the best time possible to enter into the top 4. But once you hit this 1v1 scenario, it's extremely difficult. There's so many ways to mess up in multiple occasions, and you've got to be very well diverse on your strategies and how to actually perform, because every single one of these players on both of these platforms have a wealth of knowledge and experience here. And if you're a player who's new to the game, who's just managed to enter, qualified, and managed to perform extremely well, we've seen the majority of them actually make a huge impact here. We'll see if that continues on going into it later on today. But yeah, it's going to be a tough nut to crack for some of these players.
The thing is, it's two very different skill sets required, isn't it? There's the ability to sort of min-max and repeat and practice and get as good as you possibly can. But then there's also that consistency, because Demon here in the finals mess up once and it's game over, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, head-to-head mode, very different. It's all well and good. It's effectively, you think of it a normal racing. You have qualification effectively, which is what the time trials is to get here in the first place, and then you're into the race. So you have to have that race craft to be able to, probably going to knock into each other at the start, trying to get the little lead in there. And then if you are in the lead, have you got the consistency and the mental physicality, that's not the word I'm after, mental presence to be able to handle the pressure of someone being behind you. Then you have obviously the multiple track routes you can take, whether you're going to go for the riskier, shorter route perhaps, or maybe go for the consistent route. Some of these tracks have a varying different routes, very different skill. Consistency is massive in these tournaments, and obviously that's probably why we're seeing Future Flash winning so many of them.
Yeah, well, we'll get more into that into just a moment, but those of you watching at home, we would love to hear from you today at ESL Mobile on X, ESL_Mobile on Instagram, and ESL Mobile on Facebook. Do get in touch. Let us know what you think about what's coming, what happens today. Let us know what you think about the players, because you're as much a part of this as we are. And of course, you can compete yourself in future seasons, so do get in touch. It could be well worth it for you. But yeah, Demon, exactly. Little mistakes in head-to-head can be a disaster. Like, we are talking some high pressure situations now. Lethal, as Demon said earlier, you yourself used to compete in Asphalt years and years ago. Of course you've competed in other esports as well. Like, how does that feel? How is that feeling of being in a live finals?
It's a fantastic experience. I kind of feel like the adrenaline can either make or break you when you're in that kind of environment, especially. Doesn't matter if it's online or offline. Normally offline, you obviously get a little bit more. It means a lot more to you in that comparison. But even online, it's a very difficult task to really keep your momentum going and have that morale boost. And I know there's a lot of deflation when you do drop into the lower bracket early, that kind of thing. But it depends on how much willpower you have to really press you on forward. And that's where, especially with Asphalt compared to any other esports, there's like two little things I always make sure of. One, if it's a player who plays quite dirty, I'm trying to be a little bit more considerate about what they could be up to. And two, getting that early lead advantage is so crucial in Asphalt in numerous different ways.
Now, Harry, you mentioned willpower. And let me tell you what gives me willpower. Money. Let's take a look at the prize pool and see what the players are competing for today. A first prize of $1,200. That is not too bad, is it, Demon?
Yeah, straight to the heart of the issue right there is this 100 for first place. Obviously, 2,500 across the prize pool for both competitions on Android and iOS. Of course, we do have the two competitions taking part today. Obviously, it's fantastic for these drivers to get multiple tournaments throughout the year to have a chance at taking part in this. Obviously, a lot of them are not full-time. They all have jobs, so this is a real bonus. Obviously, they've put a lot of hours in to be in this position in the first place.
Of course. I mean, there's no limit really to how many hours they could have put in even to get here, as we've been saying. Those time trials, these players may have been getting home from work and spending all day, every day, just repeating again and again and again.
There's a bit of a limit. Yeah. There's a bit of a limit. There's only so many times you can have a go.
Oh, there is a limit. Okay. My mistake. So we're still being able to do it multiple times. Here are the players that have qualified for the day. Now, Future Flash is the name that I keep hearing from you guys. In the previous broadcasts, I keep hearing it as well. He is incredible at this game, right, Demon?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially this year, he has been the man of 2023. There's no doubt about it. Pretty much, as far as I think of, he's won every single competition he's entered this year, which is phenomenal. Because if you look at, especially like Alex and Fra, who've been in there thereabouts for years and years and years throughout this, so to go up against them and dominate is truly exceptional, honestly, this year.
Now, it looked to me like there are some teammates that are both competing in this today. Lethal, they're probably going to have to play against each other at some point. How do you think that's going to affect their mentality?
They certainly will, and they might actually end up playing against each other twice today, depending on how this bracket goes. When you play against your teammate, for me personally, and I'm sure for others, it's one of the worst things because you probably have a lot of ways to try and exploit other people's weaknesses, but the fact that you've got two players who know each other inside and out, practicing day in, day out, that's when you have to second or even third guess yourself in terms of what to do at the very beginning of the race, what you want to do, how you want to play dirty, how you want to select certain routes to maybe add to your advantage. It's really, really a tough nut to crack. And when you've got two teammates like that who know each other inside and out, it then comes to who's the better player in terms of how they adapt. But of course, it maybe did it in another esport, but with Asphalt, it's even more difficult on that side of things. So how this is going to go, I'm not really too sure. Normally, Alex does win against Fry 7 or 8 times out of 10, but we'll have to see what Fry can do differently to try and topple Alex, because as we know, Alex has always been one of the most consistent players here, especially on the iOS platform. Still waiting for him to get that first place finish. I'm not going to stop casting this game until I see him at some stage, because it's bound to happen. It's like I said, well overdue.
Well, I'm sure they're going to want to avoid each other for as long as possible. Let's now take our first little peek at the bracket. Uh-oh, Demon. They're up against each other in their first round.
It's absolutely inevitable, wasn't it? I think, like I say, I think they faced each other in the lower bracket, I think, last time around. Not too surprising. If I remember rightly, back to that race, Alex was behind and came back with an epic overtake on Caribbean against Fra to take the series overall. Yeah, really impressive stuff. Like I say, these guys have been around for so long. They've raced each other so many times. They've probably practiced with each other non-stop coming into this event. So nothing's secret to them, as you said before. It's all about how you drive on the day. It's going to be simply a case of, can you handle your nerves?
But as you guys have been through, this is, of course, a double elimination bracket. So, you know, if the nerves do get the better of them in the first round, that's okay. They are going to get a second chance. And hopefully that means one of the players won't be knocking out the other one on the same team too quickly. Yeah, it may sometimes, Lethal, it sometimes does take players a round or two to get warmed up, doesn't it?
It certainly does. And the problem is as well, they haven't really got too much warm-up time at all. It's not like it's a double elimination bracket, 128 players. You can maybe knock some of the players who are a little bit inexperienced early on to then get into the groove. You have to literally get into the groove straight away without mucking around at all. But they've had all morning, afternoon, early evening to kind of prepare themselves for this situation. And they've been around the block quite a few times now for the last 5 or 6 years. So they know all about this. But the one player I'm looking at will be Burnwheels, just due to the fact that I've not witnessed him in a tournament environment yet. Wasn't really too keen on his qualifying times, but in a multiplayer setting, as I mentioned before, two completely different kettles of fish in terms of what you see in terms of performance. He may bring out something maybe not that we've not seen before, but in terms of his lines and his consistency with his performance in terms of his times.
Well, he's got a tough opponent to begin with. Let's take a look at today's schedule. What is going to happen and when? Up first, I believe, is going to be, yes, it's Future Flash up against Burnwheels, the reigning winningest player. That's the term I heard you use, Demon, before. The winningest player this year.
I hate that phrase as well, but it's true. Yeah, I absolutely hate the word winningest. I really do. It's been like a bugbear for years and years. But it is the true phrase, like the true term, really. He has been the champion many times throughout the year. Not even just this year, last year as well, really. But 2023 has been like the most dominant player. Obviously, you've got the likes of Elite Joe, who's done the same on the American side before, but yeah, throughout Europe, or I should say EMEA, because it covers a lot more than just Europe, but it is a very strong region, and to be this dominant has been super impressive this year.
Well, I cannot wait to see if Burnwheels can hold his own against Future Flash. I'm not going to hold my breath about that one, but guys, take it away. The first match starts now.
Thank you very much indeed, Dan, and let's see how things are going to go between Future Flash and Burnwheels. And I'm always very excited here, D-Man, in terms of when we get a player who pretty unknown to the scene and looking to make their mark in Asphalt, like the fact that Burnwheels isn't here now having to play against Future Flash, and you've already mentioned it already with the repertoire of championship victories he's had over the last 12 months. It's been ridiculous. Looking to add another to the tally and going into the track list now, going to the capital of the world, then Cliffhanger, and if we do go to a track 3, Tunnel Jam, would love to know your thoughts on how this could go from what you can see on these tracks so far.
Yeah, tough tracks, I would say. Certainly the start, obviously Rome, capital of the world, is a track that we've often had as one of the final tracks, really. So as you can see, Future Flash got himself a very early start. There are possibilities for mistakes in this. Interesting that they're using the Bentley, by the way. Really like to see that. Obviously, Bentley themselves put out of motorsport in a pretty big way over the last few years, so it's great to see them at least here in the esports environment to getting some usage. But as I mentioned, you know, this is a tricky track where you can have unforced errors. But overall, I would expect Future Flash to be pretty dominant on here and throughout this series.
I would expect so too. Already his lines are looking very, very strong so far, but as you can see already, Burnwell's quite far behind by at least a second to a second and a half. He hasn't really made any crucial areas. We've only been seeing it from Future Flash's perspective, so it could be a little bit different. Could have just a little bit more to get a little bit more nitro there, but Future Flash just doing what he does best, just using that nitro management as required and just going around this next bend, using that double nitro, so at least he's got a little bit of durability around some of these corners, but able to pick up the pace at the exact same time.
As I say, multiple options, multiple directions. Looks like he's taking the relatively safe route. I mean, as you can see, there are some tighter, twistier circuits, tracks you can take. Already saw him taking the shortcut, as it were. But overall, very consistent first lap, as expected. Just about disappearing in the distance as well, Future Flash here. So, a lot of work to be done for Burn Wheels. We're almost, it's in this situation where often you see drivers sort of just kind of throwing the kitchen sink, as it were, throwing the 360s out there, throwing just about anything they can to get the nitros ready. Because let's face it, you've got nothing to lose. You can you lose by like a 1/10 of a second, or you can lose by 20 seconds. It doesn't matter. It makes no difference. You're still second. So you may as well just risk everything and try and go for it. Now we're starting to see him do that. A bit of urgency starting to come out, you can tell here. But I think he's left it just a little too late. There you go, clipping the walls. That's what comes of it, just trying to throw everything out there. But this is going to be a very easy first race for Future Flash.
It certainly will be. It was just increasing over time, just gaining a 1/10 of a second here and there, and it's piled up to at least 3 seconds now as Future Flash looking to try and bag his first game in this series, using that, of course, shockwave to get around this next corner. And I think he's pretty much realised now, as long as he plays this extremely safe towards the end, he's going to have absolutely no issues at all in the starter. He could actually wreck and probably still be able to take it. I'm actually quite comfortable on seeing how this goes. But I kind of feel like with Burn Wheels, if he was playing a little bit more risky in terms of some of the tricks he could do to gain a bit more nitro, it could have been a slightly different story. But this is his first series so far, first game go into the series rather, and both of them have managed to finish up nicely. So consistent driving from Burn Wheels, but you can see there nearly 6 seconds coming up from Future Flash, and that's in dominating fashion. And you could feel a little bit that Burn Wheels was playing that track very, very safe, a bit too safe in my opinion.
Yeah, and obviously from the very start, he took the lead from the very beginning. It wasn't a simple case of overtake. He had the outside, if I'm not mistaken, right at the start as well, Future Flash. So it wasn't like he had the inside line or anything, but he still managed to pull himself the lead. So very easy in the end. Burn Wheels, you can see, just that's where he was. Just trying to push it a little too much, catching the barriers, not in a good way, unfortunately. But yeah, so down 1-0 in this series. It is a best of 3, don't forget. So it does mean we move on to Himalayas next. It would be the cliffhanger as well. So one of your favourites, I would say here, Harry. This is one of your favourites. We haven't had this one for a while. We normally, it's like you say, it's normally it's a little left in a final or a best of 3, like the final track decider, and we never get to see it.
Well, this is it. Like, me personally, I prefer some of the tracks where I can get as many tricks done possible in order to kind of not just exploit, but be able to gain as much nitro as possible over your opponent.
Tracks, right?
Yeah, technical tracks is probably the better word for it, yeah. And I think majority of the Himalaya tracks is perfect for it. And every time we cast one of his events, I always get Himalayas as the 3rd track, and it annoys me because it's always ended up being a 2-0 series, and I'm just like, you know, I would have loved to have seen what could have occurred during that escapade. But for now, this is time for Future Flash just to close out this series outright. I can't really see any indication from Burn Wheels where he will take any unsafe maneuvers in terms of some of these tricks he could do on cliffhangers, but Future Flash, he will do it anyway. He plays very unsafe for the majority of the tracks, unless he's got, like, of course, a 4 or 5 second advantage. He's just going to play as clean as anything. But for what we need in that first track, it's going to be very difficult for Burn Wheels here. Hopefully we'll see a completely different change of pace, which is going to be the key factor here for Burn Wheels to even be able to attempt to equalise his scoreline.
Yeah, he's going to have to go for it, especially at the start. The start, I feel, is going to be crucial for him. Obviously, if you can get just a slight lead, slight little bump, slight of anything from the start, just to alleviate that pressure a tiny little bit and give yourself that boost of confidence, maybe. But you can try and squeeze in there. But yeah, Future Flash was so strong in that first race that I'm not sure we're going to see anything different. Let's see, though. Here we go once again for race number 2. This is on the Himalayas cliffhanger track. And it is Future Flash up against Burn Wheels. Did try and get a start, a little nudge on the back there. Try and get a little cheeky little pit stop maneuver, but Future Flash not being knocked off it. Takes himself the quick jump, gets himself the boosts on the inside line as well. And away he goes.
Yeah, not too shabby at all, but you could see that Future Flash gained a lot more nitro during the last 10 seconds, able to expand his lead further, and already coming out trumps, using that double nitro again for that durability to get round, using a perfect nitro and using that brake trick, as well as both of them now scraping across the railings to get a little bit more nitro, both of them using the double nitro to get over that last jump, and Bowman's is doing a lot better this time around compared to what we've seen previously. He's not playing as safe as he did before because he knows how strong an opponent Future Flash is. Great shockwave from him as well over that last jump.
Yeah, doing a good job avoiding the clutter effectively on the corners back there as well. And as you mentioned, he's doing a lot better job this time. He's keeping very much in contact with Future Flash. If anything, I would say he's just gained over the last few moments there, the last few corners. Future Flash does indeed catch one of those parked cars. We'll see whether that's going to make a difference here as Burn Wheels does continue to gain a little bit on Future Flash here. Now, key part of the track. Will they hit all the jumps? Will they hit all the right moments? Yes, catch one. Ooh, just a little wide there. Burn Wheels almost losing it. And you can see that's giving Future Flash such a huge advantage immediately. Just that smallest, tiniest, minuscule error. That's the tightness that we have here. You can see he goes for the boost, tries to get the mega boost across there. Does manage to cover the gap, but unfortunately, Future Flash is just not making too many mistakes.
And the mistake the other time from Burn was 2 jumps ago was he didn't get as much air time previously, which meant that, of course, again, more nitro is going to be available here for Future Flash. But Burn was looking a lot more consistent than he did before. If he was playing the same as he did in that first track, I'd be worried about his lifeline in this tournament. But now we've seen a little bit more from him. It's looking a bit better, but it's not going to be enough as Future Flash looking to prolong this and not prolong it any further to try and close this series out 2-0 as he'll be going over the finish line in nice, clean fashion. Great stuff there from Future Flash, as we'll be seeing him very soon later on in the upper bracket, looking to add to that repertoire of championship victories as he already had from the last few events this year.
Yeah, dominant performance. Didn't expect too much less, really. You know, if you think back to the last series finals we had here, obviously Future Flash didn't drop a single race until the finals, if I remember right. The actual grand final blasted through both the semi-final and the upper bracket. But overall, dominant performance here. Obviously, next track, next race, he'll be up against one of the RPM boys. We don't know who. They've got to fight each other yet. But that is going to be a tough one in the upper bracket for him. But it could also be a simple view into the grand finals overall. He has not dropped anything here. He's just looked as solid as ever.
And even in the Lamborghini esports event a few weeks ago, in the grand finals, he won 4-0. And I don't remember the last time we've seen someone win an event in that clean fashion. It's
hate to see
on
it.
a global scale. Yeah, you do hate to see it. We finished earlier, but the problem is we want to see more action and more of it coming out of him. But it's just absolute madness here from what we've seen so far. And you got to remember, that was only a few weeks ago. So I'm pretty sure nothing too much has changed since, of course, apart from the tracks and where we're going to end up on in terms of his opponents. But yeah, just balmy stuff here, Lee.
Yeah, it's just been dominant. I mean, that's just been Future Flash's year, right? He's been so consistent throughout it. Clearly, obviously, physically and mentally, very strong person that obviously is able to, just direct his way around these tracks, which is very impressive. It's not just obviously the time trials. He's always at the top of the time trials, but he can perform it in a race, in a head-to-head, and that's obviously where the champion spirit comes from.
And even a couple of years ago, Future Flash, he had an element of inconsistencies but it was kind of a good thing as well at the same time. Sometimes he was just absolutely formidable. You could not even touch him. And other times you were like, what on earth happens? Like, what's changed over the last, couple of months or few months? But you kind of feel like he's found that niche now, hasn't he, in terms of how to perform at the highest level in every single race.
Yeah, the mental fortitude is definitely there. There's no doubt about it. He's obviously increased whatever he's figured out he needs to change. Maybe it was just simply nerves. I mean, it's as simple as that. He's been in enough tournaments now that may not get the nerves that you maybe had at the early days. And he's just once obviously winning breeds confidence. That sort of style, and he's been so victorious that the confidence must be sky high right now. Every time he comes into these tournaments, it's probably just like, okay, easy. He's just raced like he would do when he's just sat. Hell, I don't know how these guys play. Sometimes everybody has their own little position, right? He could just be sat on the couch. I just foresee him like laid back on the couch, just sat like this, just chilling, maybe the phone in the air. I'm not too sure, It's these guys, whatever position works for them. Anyway.
Yeah, we'll leave it to it anyway. We will. Based on experience, we know. But that's the first semi-final all done and dusted. We'll be back with you for the second semi-final between Fra and Alex. So guys, don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Blisteringly fast match to start the day, but guys, I think we'd be lying if we said that that was not the expected outcome. Do you think Burnwell's put up a good fight, Lethal?
I think the first track, no, but the second track, absolutely. There was a massive difference from what we've seen in comparison. He just played it way too safe on that first track, maybe just trying to ease himself into that match. But the second track, I'm happy that he put on a much better performance, because at least we know that we're going to expect a lot more from him in the lower bracket later on.
We'll be seeing them again a little bit later. And yeah, Demon, do you agree with that? Do you think maybe we'll see a little bit more from Burnwells later?
Maybe. I mean, it obviously he was the fourth seed coming into this one, so it's expected that obviously coming up against Future Flash, he was going to get kind of blown away. We'll see whether he... Obviously, RPM both got to face each other here, Fra and Alex, so he's going to be up against one of those. We'll see both of them very experienced competitors, so it's going to be a tough battle no matter who he gets here, I can feel.
Well, Future Flash has booked himself one win away from the grand final, which is a great early position to be in, but I'm sure it's one that Future Flash is familiar with. Isn't that right, Lethal?
That is right indeed. We could be seeing the grand finals of all grand finals. We see him time and time again later on. And you've got to remember as well that if you do come out trumps in that upper bracket final, you have that one track advantage, which is huge, especially at this caliber of skill.
Some of the highlights of the match there before us, Demon. Were there any real moments that stood out to you in the last game?
No. Not really. No, it was pretty straightforward for Future Flash, I feel. You know, he wasn't under pressure really at any moment. So obviously for Rome, it was job done. For Himalayas, yeah, a little bit closer maybe, but both pretty much took the same line. And I gotta feel like when you're in these head-to-heads, you've got to kind of get your mindset out of the time trial. Oh, it's all well and good if you're at the front. You can carry on doing like the perfect line and all this lot, but it's not always the case in head-to-head that you're going to get a chance to do the perfect line. So you need to have practiced like in X situation. Can I do this? Can I do that? Can this work? Can I maybe take a wider route here and pick up this boost and do this to maybe gain a little time on my opponent or catch him off guard? It's all these little nuances that you can try. It's hard to practice, obviously, because you need a practice partner to do it in the first place, which, well, moves us on to the next race, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Well, look, Demon, I can't fault your honesty. You know, I mean, that's part of the job, isn't it? The commentating. If you're gonna see some really good matches and you're gonna get excited about them, you do have to be a little bit honest about the ones that aren't quite so great. Harry, as Demon just said, we are moving on to the next match. It is going to be the teammates, Alex and Fra. What do you make of this one?
It's a tough nut to call, really, because honestly, between these two, it depends how heavily they do play against each other or not. I remember me personally in another esport, I would purposely not play against my teammate because I know how well he adapts. He adapts better than I did, but I was able to top him at each event because he never knew what I did. With these two, I don't know what their practice regimen is. I don't know if they play against other RPM players just to basically prepare themselves against each other. It's very difficult because I suppose they can discuss how to maybe get forward through the qualification process and the time trials, but in a multiplayer setting it could be entirely different. So they could practice against each other, yes, but at the same time they both know they're always going to be on the iOS platform against each other either once, twice, could be twice, considering now that they're starting off against each other in this upper bracket semi-final. So honestly, we've seen Alex come up trumps each and every time. We're going to see if we're going to be witnessing a replica of that, or if Fra can bring something a little bit different now.
Do you think maybe there are going to be some mind games involved in this, Demon, or is it just a case of just whoever's the better racer wins?
Yeah, I mean, these guys, I'm trying to think how many years they've been up against each other. It's been a long time, let's put it that way. There's been a few up-and-comers that sort of get in there, RPM, other drivers as well. But yeah, I mean, Fra and Alex, they're always somewhere against each other. I'm not sure I agree that Alex always comes out on top. I'm not sure about that. Fra's definitely had his certain amounts of wins in there as well. So I think this one's quite open. I don't think it's definitely not as clear-cut as the last race would have been.
Well, I'm going to go grab my popcorn because the second match of the day, Alex versus Fra, is coming up.
Thank you very much indeed, Dan, as always. And D-Man, we've been here a few times before, haven't we? 4, 5, 10 times, like witnessing these two go head-to-head. And Alex has won the majority against Fra. It just depends if he can do it again. Everyone wants that Alex versus Future Flash Grand Final. But Fra, you know, putting a spanner in the works, we could witness that. And of course, it's the upper bracket semi-final again, which means we are going to get the exact same tracks. Rome is going to be a nice way to kind of ease himself into this matchup. And Cliffhanger, Himalayas, it's going to be a dicey one, but I would love it to go to Tunnel Jam if things escalate into that third and final track, because these two are really heavy hitters here on the iOS platform, not just in this region but globally as well. And it could be anyone's guess here, but it's just the reason why I mentioned Alex is because most of the time, or the majority of the time, he has won against Fra. If it could be happening again, because it's been a few months since then, we don't know. That's what we're here to find out.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, potential finalists, one of these definitely. Alex, almost certainly a chance. I'd hate to see him come to second again, though. Just going to say, I feel like, you know, between the two of us, we're kind of the commentated curse is just like spreading. He's kind of been runner-up many times. Not too bad. A lot of money to come out for runner-up, no doubt about it. $700 right here, or euros. I can't remember which one it is. But yeah, I mean, obviously we're in the Bentley Continental GT3 as well, so it's a decent car coming into this one. They do we didn't actually mention, by the way, we changed cars between tracks. It's the GT3 in the first one, GT3 Speed in the second one, and we obviously never got to the third track. So, but that will be the Mullinaire if we get there. Mullinaire pronunciation's never been my strong suit. But we obviously, you know, the tracks, we've just seen them. Rome, capital of the world, to start with, can be a track where there are opportunities for overtakes, opportunities for mistakes. That's where we're starting out right here. Keep your eyes on the times as well, because it'd be good to see how we compare. Future Flash's time was 2:43.465 overall, so it'd be interesting to see how close these guys get. Obviously, one of them will be facing him in the upper bracket final shortly. Immediately, different routes being chosen by Fra and Alex, and it's Alex that's come out on top to start with. Let's see where he drops down. It is going to be just behind him, so I feel like he actually gained a little bit of ground there.
I do agree, he did, yeah. With that double nitro over that previous jump, taking that slightly different route, I'd say a couple of tenths of a second at least being able to. But look at the nitro difference as well. You saw there briefly, Future Flash had twice the nitro that Fra had, so you should be able to get a little bit more momentum as you go to this next portion of this track. A little bit more airtime coming out from Alex as well, and this is looking very good, but he needs to be taking an element of caution here, because Fra is directly on his tail here. He knows it, he's listening to him in the background, and as you can see, Fra just using that double nitro to go over this next jump. Still got nearly a full bar to use that shockwave, but it's going to use the perfect nitro to round this next bend, followed by the shockwave, and using that brake nitro trick a little bit here and there just to give himself a little bit more of that nitro later on around this next corner.
Yeah, let's see where they go. 1, 2, both going the same route. Going to carry straight on. Yeah, both going to take the same route. We'll see whether they can work it. Poor connection. I hate to see that on Alex's screen. I was going to mention that at the start. Let's hope his connection holds out, because I remember a race before where he's dropped it against Fra as well. Let's see. Different routes last time around. Fra did make a little bit of ground up. We'll see whether he goes low once again. He is. He's going to go for the 720, actually. It wasn't even a 360. Went for the double spin there. Does try and go for the big boost over the top, but you can see he's just not gaining enough ground. Up in this section just in a moment, he actually clipped the inside barrier, which is what gave Alex such a lead, unfortunately. So hopefully he can make up for that in a few moments. We'll see whether he manages to clip it once again, as Alex is just unstoppable at the moment. He's not making a mistake.
No, he's barely not at all. Fra getting a little bit more airtime in comparison to before, but I'm not too sure if that's going to change too much here with his placement so far, as Alex now just drifting away, using that shockwave, using the brake as well to do the double nitro to get around this corner, because it's not obviously one of the easiest corners there with that 90-degree angle, so a double nitro is absolutely crucial here. And now Fra using that shockwave, had a little bit of a bump, which is going to be costing him dearly, but he tried to get a bit of a straighter line with that shockwave, but it's just not going to happen. He wanted to take that risk, and even if it did pay off, I don't think it would have closed the gap enough to overtake him.
Yeah, it's just kind of stop boosting, stop trying now. He knows it's done there. So Alex will take the first race here on Rome, capital of the world. It means we're going to move over to obviously Himalayas Cliffhanger next. But overall, pretty solid drive from Alex. Ooh, there's connections. I don't like to see those. I hope they can sort them out over the next few races. But yeah, Alex picks himself up the first one here in the Bentley Continental GT3. So we'll move on to the GT Speed next on the next race. But overall, really wasn't tested too much. Had the start. It was just a slight different route that Fra took at the opener there. That's where he just clipped it. Just clipped on the inside, and it just lost him that little bit of ground. He was gaining ground up until that moment, and that's sort of what gave Alex just that momentum to power ahead. And then obviously at that point, once we're in the second lap, Fra's starting to make these tests. You can see here he just tries to go a little too short. So if that, we're on the first lap there. I'm sure he made the mistake back there. Okay, we're on lap 2. There we go. I was going to say, I'm sure he makes a mistake right here. Okay, I was a lap ahead of myself. But yeah, they're taking the different route here from Alex. It kind of paid off. He did gain a little ground, and really the biggest part that you're aiming for that route is that you're going to come down on top of your opponent. You know, you could potentially wreck your opponent. It's also gain you a little bit of time. It's also very, very risky.
It certainly is. I think with the route that Fra took, it's going to be a slightly slower due to how long the track is in comparison to the above option, but you get more nitro to kind of recover from that, and depending on how many barrel rolls you can pull off from that previous jump. I think there was one jump in particular from Fra where he got barely any barrel rolls at all, so didn't really gain anything nitro related to really be able to keep up with his competition. And Alex realised this, and the fact that he won by nearly 2 seconds with no wrecks at all in the slightest, it's a little bit of a worry for me, but let's see how things change up going into Himalayas for Cliffhanger here, Lee.
Just to pull times, because I know people will be interested in that, is 0.2 of a second. Whoa, that's what I'm talking about at the start of the show. Getting beefy at the start there. Fra and Alex, teammates or not, get busted into each other. So Fra will take the lead this time around. Actually chooses for the inside line as well, as does Alex, riding that rail, trying to boost as much as he can. But it's Fra actually with a bit more of a boost ahead of him. So he should be able to get himself some time as they both go through the secret and see if it does work out for them. I feel like Alex just gained a little bit of ground on him there as they both once again ride the barrier across to the jump, boost it, both get the mega, managing to get up high. But this is where the pressure really starts to pile onto Fra. Can he hold his nerve as he closes out the first lap?
Of course, right at the very beginning of this race, Fra abusing that positional advantage. It could have been a lot worse for Alex, mind you, but he can definitely work with this. Considering how clean of a race he managed to perform in that last track, he could definitely do the same here on Cliffhanger. Still around the same time behind as what we saw earlier on, a 360 coming up from Alex, just so he can use that shockwave, and now going to be able to get the jump, and Fra actually avoided the jump, which means that Alex is going to get a bit more nitro in order to gain on his opponent. Fra and Alex both have used that shockwave now to continue on with that boost, and you saw there as well the fact that Fra used that double nitro for more durability, but Alex using that shockwave over that previous jump now, and is definitely gaining on it, only by a couple of tenths of a second, but it's adding up. Fra cannot play this unsafe at all in this remainder of the second track.
Alex gained so much ground there on Fra. That was just riding it absolutely perfectly with the boost. Just hit the shockwave just when he needed to. Now goes for the, God, I've lost count of how many spins he had there. It was a lot. There's no doubt about it. He's throwing absolutely everything at this one to try and catch out Fra. Fra just clipping as well. The shockwave goes out from Alex. Does manage to hit it. Is he going to go inside? No! Lost control. Wreck from Alex. And Fra will take the second race here. And that means we will finally get our third race. It's going to go the distance.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what happened there. Maybe he was meant to do the double nitro, but used the shockwave instead. Of course, with the durability of that shockwave, you're going almost nowhere apart from straight. He just went literally straight out the map there. That was very, very unfortunate there. And I probably would have said without that wreck, he would have probably finished a few tenths of a second, half a second, maybe max behind his opponent, but Fra then coming out on top in this second track. And the initial point, having that positional advantage, I would like to see them abuse that down to a T, and he did absolutely that. Well played from Alex though to be able to rectify what he had to be done to avoid being wrecked onto the side of the railings. And now, as you can see, Alex is going to be falling a little bit short here, had to take a few more risks, which was actually working out for him. But now though, going into his third and final track to see if Fra can continue on to take it, or if Alex now will be able to meet Future Flash in this upper bracket final. It's going to be a close one to call, but at least we get a nice, juicy third track in this upper bracket semi-final.
Oh, he was getting so close up until that point.
I know. Oh.
My dog's got a squeaky toy, ladies and gentlemen. You hate to see it. But anyway, what we love to see is how close this is. So it does mean that we actually get straight into San Francisco Tunnel Jam. I'm going to have to get this toy of this dog.
You can probably do that whilst I'm doing the first portion of this track. I'll definitely leave you to it in a second. But yeah, it's going to be an incredible way to close out this series as well. If Fra managed to topple Alex, then great. Like, you know, that's going to give him a boost of confidence and morale going into that upper bracket final against Future Flash. But you know what? I think now for Burn Wheels as well, he's definitely going to be taking note for what these players are also doing, sitting there not pretty in the first round of the lower bracket, but he's definitely going to be witnessing what he'll need to be doing, because that positional advantage he had from against Alex by Fra, this is what needs to be done and needs to be said. So, obviously, Alex had it on the first track because he had the straighter line going underneath the tunnel. But this time round, of course, he's just going to abuse it to no end. And I think any other person in their right mind would, because you saw he was actually drifting into the railings at the same time, being able to gain that nitro to then pull away. And then the rest was just history. So going to his third and final track here, D-Man, we're going to find out exactly who's going to topple each other to make it into upper bracket final in that best of three later on. But now with that slight edge after that bump, and there's that double nitro with the 360 and using a shockwave to continue to gain the lead or increase his lead potentially.
Absolutely. At the moment though, it is looking like a ferocious start from Fra, and that's what I love to see. I love to see him get a bumpy. That's what happened last time around. These faced each other. Oh, both nearly making a mistake, managing to dip out of it though, as we do. Managed to ride it. Oh, just a little adjustment there from Alex mid-air. I love to see that, but it looks like Fra's gone wider in the end. We'll see whether it works out. Shockwave from Alex. Maybe just gaining time in the air there. He does manage to get a couple more spins than Fra did, and that's going to catch him with the boost. So watch out, Fra, because Alex is coming in hot and fast.
Yeah, you can see he was actually drifting to get a bit more nitro. Fra didn't, and he's still got the lead, but the gap's been closing. Alex still hot on his tail, getting a little bit more mileage. Maybe to get round the corner and drift past him and get that shockwave, as both of them was actually shockwave almost against each other. Fra's still able to come up trumps and be able to gain the lead, which I was surprised, because even though Alex was getting in the inside lane and actually had the better line as well, the shockwave must have lasted a little bit longer for Fra towards the later stages of that first lap.
Well, it's the only way he survived. He was about to have been wiped out there, but he managed to get it through in the end. But either way, Alex needs to get back into this one. He's going to be facing that lower bracket. Obviously, the upper bracket will be where Future Flash races at the moment, but Alex is falling behind. There's a wreck from Fra!
Unbelievable. That means Alex is going to, well, definitely take this now and make it a 2-1 victory. Fra was looking so good. God knows what must have happened during that segment there. And now Fra is going to be absolutely kicking himself, considering he had the lead for the majority of this race. And Alex now, it's just all about a clean finish, no unsafe maneuvers. Just take your time and close this out 2-1.
Yeah, and you saw just how careful he was taking it effectively around that corner there, just making sure he's like, I've got no reason to make a mistake here. You hate to see it, but that is head-to-head racing in its finest there. That's how dangerous it can be here in the Bentley Millionaire Bacala. Get the name out there in the end. But it's RPM Alex will take it 2-1 on the third race. Means he's going to go through and face Future Flash. But it was a tense battle. That's what I love to see between teammates.
It really was. Honestly, you couldn't make up what we witnessed there during that third and final track. A nice way to finish things up in this series before we had the upper bracket final later on. But I want to see exactly how it actually got wrecked towards that later stages, because he only had about 15-20 seconds of the lap to go, and the fact that he ended it in that fashion was just so unfortunate. Maybe he felt like a bit uncomfortable knowing how many times Alex almost was able to get in front, and that was just absolute madness here. I think it was over just jump as he was trying to make it past, but it looks like he just wrecked from using a barrel roll and maybe just fell on top.
Yeah, barrel roll. One too many barrel rolls. That's all it was. Just went for that little extra boost, feeling the pressure from behind by Alex. And fair play, because Alex was gaining ground there as well. Cracking race between two teammates. I got a feeling we're going to be seeing these two face each other again in the lower bracket finals. We'll see. At the moment, though, keep your eyes on those times. In terms of times, the Himalayas track was what, 0.7 slower than Future Flash. That's quite a lot. That's almost a second off. Good grief. Just 0.22 tenths off on the Rome as well. But it does show that Future Flash was faster on both of those tracks. So, but obviously it's, different situations also count. They were racing each other as well there. But yeah, commiserations to Fra going down obviously to lower bracket. He's going to be up against Burn Wheels in that lower bracket first round as well. But looking fantastic. Both of those drivers, honestly, you wish both of them luck going into the final.
I'm sure we'll see these guys either match each other again in a lower bracket final, or maybe Future Flash will be waiting for Far anyway. But can't make too many assumptions. Well, of course, we've got Bone Wheels waiting there in lower bracket round 1 to see how he's going to perform later on. But when we come back, we've got another series ahead for you guys at home. So, of course, do not go anywhere as we're back in just a few moments.
It's the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt 9 finals, where we just saw Alex take down teammate Fra in a reasonably close match, right, Lethal?
It certainly was. You couldn't have got it any closer. The fact that he wrecked, like 15, 20 seconds before the finish line, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt massively. I felt it for him, I kind of, in some extent, sorry. And literally what we witnessed there is the fact that he just messed up that barrel roll. And out of all the ways to get wrecked, I didn't expect that at all. But it's because he felt unsafe with the fact that how uncomfortable he was with Alex being so close behind him. And he knows how unsafe Alex plays. So he kind of felt like he had to do the same. But to be wrecked like that, very, very unfortunate for Far, but this definitely won't be the last of him, I'm sure, when we see him in the lower bracket later on.
Now, Demon, after the last match up, I asked you, were there any moments that particularly stood out to you? And you said, no, honestly, there weren't. Is this match different?
Yeah, very, very different. I mean, this is couldn't have been more different, really. Obviously, both teammates clearly showing they knew each other very well. You know, almost being defensive, effectively, in some of the driving style that they did there. Both expecting something to come. You saw Alex gaining so much ground here just before, unfortunately, he hits the shockwave and wrecks in just a moment. But yeah, he was gaining so much ground at that point, and then he just a small unforced error, effectively, as he tried to gain ground. And that's obviously the difference between the two players. You know, and then we went on to the third and final race. And you saw it at the start. This is what I was talking about, that maybe I wanted to see more from Burn Wheels against Future Flash, was that connection right at the start of the race, you know, bumping each other for position. I'm going to be the man in the front, like getting that aggressive position. It can be so crucial because it can give you, obviously, that small edge. There's only two of you racing. You want to be the one in the lead. It's as simple as that. So you've got every little advantage you can take. You've got to go for it.
Only two of you, indeed. And again, the differences between the players, like the bit of edge is so slim. You got to take every single moment. Let's take a look at the bracket and see where we stand now as we move on to the upper bracket finals coming up next. And Lethal, this is pretty much what you expected, right?
Yeah, we've seen this upper bracket final, or just these two players against each other in the grand finals time and time again, and I think all of us want to witness it. We could watch it 20 times over and we'll just love every single moment of it. And the way Alex was playing there and then, Future Flash will again have to continue to be on his toes and take an element of caution there. But I always said it before, Asphalt isn't your standard racing game. The two main factors to look for is all the tricks of the trade to gain as much nitro as possible from these jumps and all these tricks they do with the 360s, or of course, you know, getting that very early positional advantage and be able to take full advantage of that. Some players don't take full advantage of it and just decide to take the straight line, or you may see Fra on the second track, as you saw in that previous series, making the absolute most of it, putting him down by half a second and getting a little bit nitro for it, drifting him into the railings. So people have their own strategies and tactics. I like the way Fra played because I think I would have done the same if I was against someone so good and so strong that Alex is. But going to Future Flash and Alex, is it going to be the same storyline? Is Alex finally going to be able to actually go into the grand finals from the upper bracket and actually have that one track advantage? Because it's so important, and people don't really know how important it is, especially for them, because it's not about stamina, it's going to be about consistency, because we're not going to get a bracket reset and two best of threes. No, this one track advantage for either player is going to pay dividends for whoever be able to come up on top in this series.
Well, we are just about to find out who that is going to be, so it is time to get excited. The upper bracket finals starts now.
What do you think, Lee? It's time and time again. How many times have we seen this match? I can't even count the amount of fingers and toes I have, but my goodness, it's going to be another cracker, I'm sure, between these two juggernauts. And Future Flash, as you rightly mentioned, he's put on an incredible showing in every single event, both offline and online here in Asphalt 9. Of course, with the previous Snapdragon Pro Series, the Asphalt Series earlier on in the year, and the Lambo Esports event as well. It's just back-to-back victories, just been so consistent, and it was going to start things off in Industrial Revolution, Timber Stream, and then if we go to that third and final track, we'll find out shortly. But we're going to get straight into it here, Lee, and Alex with that early lead, and we're going to see if he's going to be able to keep that already with that shockwave with Flash trying to overtake, and he actually manages to do so.
Oh, he did as well. I was just about to say, before we got it away, I wanted to see the gloves come off, or the thumb pads, I guess, effectively, for mobile sports coming off, and I want to see some aggression from these drivers. I want to see the, you know, using those shockwaves to maybe wipe her opponent out. This is an interesting track. There's a lot of tight, twisty section right at the start that we missed here, where you can gain a lot of ground. And obviously, Alex seems to be better in the corners. That's why he came out on top. Does both use that shockwave, both hitting the jumps exactly as they can. And this is going to be an interesting one. Can Alex stay with Future Flash here? Can he gain the ground that he needs to? Can he hit the twists, hit the jumps, not maybe get baited into doing too many? Obviously, you need to do enough to try and catch up. That's what he's trying to do at the moment, using that shockwave once again. gain. But at the moment, he's just mirroring what Future Flash is doing, which can be the danger when you're following someone as good as him.
And you saw Alex there, who was actually scraping the railings to gain the Nitro, and with Future Flash actually drifting for the Nitro instead because he jumped bang in the center of the track. But so far, though, for the last 20-30 seconds, it's been, I wouldn't say neck and neck, but there's not really been much time gained or lost from either player here. So the shockwave coming up from both these players here is Alex still trailing behind a little bit, but still has a bit of time now to work with to try and make something work, as they're now going around this horseshoe to spiral around to gain that shockwave to go over this next portion of the track.
He's definitely gained ground on him, Alex has here. He's got closer to Future Flash, but we are coming towards the end of the lap here, and he's got to hit that boost at the exact right moment. Unfortunately for him, you can see that Future Flash hit the exact same shockwave, so at the moment, once again, mirroring, but he definitely gains ground on him throughout the lap, but unfortunately for him, it's just not quite enough. You can see he's just going for all the spin to win as he can here. Shockwave towards the end there, just gaining a little bit onto Future Flash. Is it going to be enough? No, hits the barrier. And unfortunately for him, Future Flash will top out there. But look at that, just 0.3 between the two drivers. Incredible stuff. Future Flash, though, will take the first race here in Osaka.
0.3 of a second, and you saw as well Alex had the better landing on that final jump, but just way too little too late. But one of the riskier moments for Future Flash is he had a little bit more nitro at the first portion of that first lap and was able to jump over and overtake. It was literally, as we were about to talk about the tracks, went straight into the game, and witnessing Future Flash overtake him, you could see that he had that shockwave, and I'm not too sure if Alex didn't have as much shockwave or maybe he used a different set of nitro, but you saw that he had enough speed and momentum to be able to jump over, and even if Future Flash lands on top of him, that's going to be even better. But the fact that he landed literally inches in front of him and was able to continue maintaining that lead, incredible stuff from both these drivers.
Yeah, effectively got the bump draft off Alex as he landed as well, with a little nudge on the back there just to give him that little extra speed, though. It does mean, of course, we move on across to the Tiber stream and Rome now, so obviously Future Flash 1-0 up already in the season. 1 foot into the grand finals. Last time round in the upper bracket finals, he didn't drop a track. That was against Fire in the last series, or last season, I should say, not last series. So, you know, history repeating itself perhaps here. Has Alex got it in him? It's going to be crucial. This start of this race is everything.
It certainly will be, and depending on how they're going to perform at the very beginning as well, if they're just going to keep that straight line and have the advantage there, or to maybe drift and try and put him off a little bit to gain a little bit more in terms of the few tenths of a second. I wouldn't be surprised if Alex did try and attempt this, but I can't really say that because I don't know who's going to have the position advantage here. I was going to find out shortly as we head into our second track of this upper bracket final, and as you can see, Alex has decided to prioritise the straight line a little bit. It's actually pushed him a tad towards the edge, but not enough to be able to gain. And you could see as well that Future Flash decided to prioritise the 360, but Alex was able to get the barrel roll, so we'll get a little bit more nitro here, but Flash is saving it to double nitro, and the amount of 360s there to gain the shockwave around this next track. That was crazy.
Oh my god, the control is absolutely mental from these two drivers. Good grief. You can see on the minimap that obviously Alex is still very much right up behind. Future Flash here hits the shockwave, just about rides it perfectly. Just about the speed and precision that these two drivers are showing right now is absolutely incredible. Alex just a little bit behind once again though, and that's not what he wants. He's gonna have to do something, mix something up here, or perhaps hope that Future Flash will make an error. I don't see it myself. I feel that he's got this, you know, when you see him performing maneuvers like that, so many spins into such a controlled turn is absolutely mind-blowing. Future Flash in another world right now. Lap 2 underway.
Yeah, interesting as well. A couple of jumps ago, Alex actually decided to shockwave and do the straight jump rather than doing any 360 to gain any more nitro. And now he's going to be 360 over again. He did that riskier barrel roll earlier on, decided to take a different route this time round exactly, and using that perfect nitro to get back around. We can see it's going to help a little bit. He's gained a couple of tenths of a second, but I kind of feel like Future Flash now is getting a bit more momentum in terms of the speed and the lines he's taking here. And Alex actually decided to go for the left jump instead, wrecks himself, and that is going to not only cost him dearly, but of course had to be done because he was at least a full second behind bare minimum. And Future Flash, he should be taking this second track with ease going into the grand finals.
Yeah, I think what he was trying to do was go from jump to jump. He was trying that really risky maneuver.
Yeah.
It could gain you so much nitro boost. It's obviously, you know, like you said, he needs to try something, and that's what he was trying for. You know, I can't begrudge him that. That's how you try and come back and make these epic comebacks. You know, Future Flash seriously not putting a foot wrong in that race once again. Absolutely immaculate. He's going to go through to the grand finals. Another 2-0 for him over Alex.
Yeah, that crazy 2160 he did in that first track on the third jump was just absolute madness. As you can see, 8-second difference between the two. Of course, the wreck is going to play a massive part of that, but he was at least 1 or 2 seconds in terms of how far ahead he was, even before that wreck was even included. But you can see here as well, but the fact that Future Flash played it safe for the 360s, but Alex, again, prioritizing that tricky barrel roll on the side of that straight jump. And this is the one I was talking about with the amount of nitro gained from that, using double nitro straight after to get around the corner into the shockwave. And honestly, it's just incredible stuff here from Future Flash, just abusing every trick of the trade as well as some of these jumps. But fair play to Alex, just risking that barrel roll on the straight jump. We've seen it plenty of times on Himalaya. Don't really see it too often in Rome, but Alex just was not able to put out all the stops to keep up with Future Flash. But don't worry, we'll be seeing him again in the lower bracket as he'll be waiting on Burn Wheels or Fra in the lower bracket round 1 match later on.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff from Future Flash. So, you know, all credit to him, proving that why he's been so dominant throughout this year so far. He is going to be very hard to stop in the grand finals. Whoever manages to get there, obviously 3 drivers now got to battle it out. We are going down to the lower bracket to see who is going to be the competitor, because they were too, well, we saw the overtake on Osaka. We just about caught it, but the absolute flawless performance on the Tiber stream there was absolutely impeccable. I really struggle to see if anyone's going to be able to come back and compete with him for the finals. I worry.
Yeah, and it's crazy saying we're worried on the iOS platform of all platforms, considering the caliber of skill between all of his players is absolutely crazy. Clean lines, good nitro management, and abusing those tricks to no ends for Future Flash. Just textbook stuff overall. And at this point in 2023, I don't think we're too surprised at all in the slightest. But guys, it's going to be all done and dusted for the upper bracket final. As now we're going to kick things off on the lower bracket side of things to find out what's going to happen between Burn Wheels, Fra, and of course Alex. So guys, don't go anywhere as we'll be back once again in a few minutes.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And we are back with the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt 9 finals, where the upper bracket has concluded, and now we have to move on to the lower bracket, and this is where things get serious, right, Lethal?
Certainly does indeed. You've had your one lifeline. It's your second chance here. If you fail on the next hurdle, then that's going to be it. That's your run over, so to speak, and no dream of a Cinderella story. But for Burn Wheels and Far, obviously they'll be up next. But just going back into this upper bracket final, again, what we expected, extremely close affair between the two in the first track, but sadly, just for Alex, it just seems strange for Alex to not be able to keep up in terms of that clean race, which is a little bit of a shocker, but it just shows how good and how much of a formidable player Future Flash can be, and not just compared to previous years, but this year alone, he's just continuing to be on the warpath to add more trophies to his cabinet.
Clearly two very talented players here, but Future Flash is appearing to be in a league of his own. What do you think, Demon? Are we going to see a rematch between these two players later?
Yeah, I think so. We'll see how Frad does here. I expect Frad to go and take Burn Wheels down in a moment, but and obviously the RPM boys can fight it out amongst themselves. We saw how close that was in their semi-final. But I felt Alex definitely put up a decent fight against Future Flash, but Future Flash just seems impeccable right now. Like it doesn't seem to put a foot wrong. You see him making those insane maneuvers, you know, God knows how many spins into a direct turn. Even Alex wasn't even taking that route, trying to go for the different route, and then obviously Alex wrecking there, trying to push it a little bit too far effectively. But yeah, Future Flash just not making mistakes, not making too many mistakes. The only time you really could bully him is right at the start of the race, like what did at Osaka. That's the only chance that Alex had. Alex kept up with him for a good part of it there. The only time he made mistakes was when he was trying to, you know, just push it a little bit over the edge. But Future Flash in the grand finals, he's going to be hard to beat. Who is going to beat him there?
Well, we are going to find out soon, but for now it is last life, last chance saloon for Burn Wheels and Fra. Only one of them will move on, the other will be going home with $200. So it's not that bad, is it, Lethal?
No, not bad at all. There's a lot I could do with those $200. I've said it before yesterday, but well, we mentioned it here. But of course, going into it with $200, it's not too shabby at all. You know, you've spent so much time, of course, being able to try and qualify for the time trials. But even then, though, for $200 for a day's work, can't complain at all. The fact that these players made it here into the top 4 is an achievement in itself to add to his gaming CV, or you know, in Future Flash's case, his shopping list of the amount of achievements he's got so far. So for Burn Wheels, this is great experience for him in terms of what he's going to be able to potentially accomplish in the future, but it's still not all said and done yet. It's still an element of hope for him. We know that first track for Future Flash didn't look too good. He played it too safe, realised that, corrected it, made it a much closer affair in that second track against Future Flash previously. But of course, against Fra, against Alex, it's going to be a tough cause here for him to try and be able to topple one of these two players, or both of them at this point.
Well, say no more, Harry, because we have to wait no longer. The lower bracket finals, Fra versus Burn Wheels, is now.
Here we go. Let's see if Burnwheels can put up a much better performance compared to that first series here, Lee. And I already said before, first track against Future Flash, played it very safe. Second track, it was much better than what we anticipated previously. So we've got a few indicators, but Fra has been looking very strong against Alex. So for him, I think a lot of us would say that Fra will be quite a heavy favourite going into this, as we're going to start things off with Stadium Lap and see how these two are going to go. And it looks like Burnwheels did have, or tried to at least, was thinking about going for him, but he knows that Fra did have that positional advantage, so was a little bit worried in case of what he could be doing. Did a bit too many 360s there, but does have the shockwave to catch up a tiny bit.
Nah, you've got to be more aggressive than that. He was almost backing away from Fra.
He was worried.
Like, he was worried right from the beginning. You got to be in there. Like, we know Fra will get his elbows out. We absolutely are well aware of that. He did the same thing with Alex. You know, he's not afraid to battle with you at the start, and that's really where you've got to be trying to challenge these guys, because if you give them a chance to get a clean lead, as I say that, they both actually make unforced errors, then you know, they're almost into time trial mode now, and they've already proved they are all faster in time trials. It's as simple as that. You know, Fra was, I think, the second seed coming into this one, so very strong. But yeah, Burnwheels though is gaining ground here though, so let's not write him off just yet.
He certainly is. He's closed the gap by a few tenths of a second here, but you kind of feel like Farnell's gained a little bit more of an edge here as he gets around this next bend using that shockwave, but Burnwheels hasn't got the shockwave yet. So using that double nitro to go over this next jump as he's going to spiral around onto this right-hand side, using the perfect nitro to the break nitro trick with the shockwave back into the perfect, and now using the double to get around this next bend. So still got a little bit nitro left with the next canister, and also picked up, and looking to use that shockwave momentarily as he gets around this next bend. But Frado, look how far the lead is able to increase it by at least another half second.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely doing a lot better in the tight, twisty sections, it seems. As Fra, yeah, a mistake once again from Burnwheels there. Didn't quite get the twist he wanted. Didn't get the boost off it. And you can see Fra has absolutely capitalized on that mistake. He is keeping himself a healthy lead there. Hard hit from Burnwheels onto the corner as they finish the lap and finish the race. It will be FRA Fra that will take the start here. And I gotta be honest, I gotta look right back to that start. I gotta look right back to the start. Yeah. Burnwheels was scared. He was scared of facing off against Fra. He backed away from him to the point that he actually went into the wall. He was backing away from him that much before the jump.
Yeah, I think you can see there that he was worried. He was trying to play a little bit more defensively to avoid losing any mileage before going at that next jump, because that first jump, of course, is going to be crucial to gain that momentum required to continue on to the next portion of the track. And if he gained barely any speed due to Fra bumping into him, he would have got barely any nitro from that jump on top of all things. So he figured did that quite defensively, because he would have been at least 1.5 to 2 seconds behind trying to gain that mileage back. But I do agree at the same time he should have played it a lot more aggressively. If he stopped swerving, trying to second guess what Fra could be doing, he may have actually both gone at the same jump at the exact same time. But again, it's that element of RNG with who's going to be able to topple each other and be able to get that initial lead. But Fra knew exactly what he was doing. He had that plan from the get-go. He was going straight into the railings, making sure that he'll be able to pack a punch and be able to get that early lead to maybe try and finish it outright, which he has done.
I would say for Burnwheels, he definitely had some better lines on portions of that track than Fra did, so there is a hope there. Unfortunately, we're going on to Pudong Rise, which is a very open track. It's really actually hard to make a mistake on this track, if I'm going to be honest. It's so it's a case of if you get in the lead, you're kind of going to win it. It's a very hard track to come back on, so the start could be everything here. And I just worry like how cautious Burnwheels was at the start there. We know Fra's going to get, we know he's going to go for it. We saw it against Alex. He's not afraid to bump you at the start, get your elbows out, as it were. So I think Fra may well have this in the bag. We'll see, though. Here we go. Into Shanghai, Pudong Rise.
And Fra will be on the outside, but used the nitro to get past him here, as I do believe that Burnwheels may have saved his nitro, but using a shockwave here to get around his first jump. Good 360s coming out here from Fra with that double nitro, and he's getting ready to, of course, get around this next bend with the perfect nitro as well. So nice clean start from both these players. As you can see now, Burnwheels is actually directly behind him and did a few extra 360s to gain a bit more nitro, but the problem is, even though he's got a bit more nitro, he's actually still around the same time behind him. So I'm actually quite surprised with that, using the perfect nitro around this previous corner, and now we'll have to see how else he's going to be able to creep up and try and close the gap.
Yeah, you saw Fra there saving it for the shockwave as well. Has hit the boost in the air. Both of them staying relatively close to each other at the moment. Fra just edging it still from that start. Both hitting the shockwave, both keeping within each other. But this is what I was talking about, how wide and open this track can be. It's very hard to make a mistake here, or certainly an unforced error at the lowest. You've got to be putting the pressure down onto your opponent to try and make him make an error. Because both these drivers, you know, the quality and the level that these guys are at, of course, you know, if it was you and I, then yeah, we may well make a mistake. Here we go. Burn Wheels trying a different route, trying something different, trying to work it out. And maybe it did gain him a little bit of ground there onto Fra, but Fra still holding a very easy lead in this second lap. And as I was saying, you know, this is such a wide open track. It really is very hard for one of these drivers to make a mistake. This is the one section where it's possible. Let's see how Fra does it. Lands it perfectly. A little unsettled, but still no problems. And he continues to hit the jumps.
Fra just seems like he's been using his nitro a lot more effectively and getting better out of some of these jumps as well. A few more 360s here and there. Good barrel rolls as well. Burnwell's now using that double nitro to try and creep up a little bit for that durability as well as he's going to go up this next jump. Good barrel rolls coming up from Burnwell. He's able to close the gap a little bit more because he hasn't got too much time left. Using that perfect nitro instead of drifting into the shockwave, as he knows he hasn't got too much time left here. Using the perfect nitro during this straight line. Got the jump on the left-hand side, which is going to be coming up next. So if you use that double nitro to try and get a little bit more from it, but of course it's quite hard to get really too many barrel rolls from that previous jump anyway. As the shockwave coming out with the brake nitro trick, going into the perfect nitro now, using the drift to go underneath this next tunnel. And it seems like even though he's closing the gap a tiny minuscule here and there, I don't think it's going to be enough for him to be able to overtake Fra. Fra's been way too consistent for the entirety of his track so far. Fra's going to finish up with Burn Wheels only slowly behind by that second, by what, 1.2 seconds almost here in this next track.
Yeah, so a quick 2-0 from Fra there. As I say, you know, it can be all about the start, honestly, that race. There's not too many opportunities to gain on your opponent unless they actually make an error themselves, which, you know, is very hard on this track. When it's such a wide, expansive track, it's not... there's not too many, you know, jumps, multiple jumps back to back to back that you have to hit. It's all a case of obviously spin control and boost control, which, you know, these guys will do all day, every day in their sleep. It's just, it's nothing new for them. So unfortunately for Burnt Wheels, it does mean he's going to be fourth place in this tournament. It does give him, of course, $200. So he's still going to be, you know, it's not too bad. Let's face it. I'll be happy with that. Obviously for a quick couple of races. And it does mean that Fra, of course, is going to have that rematch once again with his teammate Alex. 2-1 in the first. What will they do in the second?
Yeah, commiserations again, like you said, to Burnwells, but just making it into the top 4 is an achievement in itself. Just another, you know, achievement to add to the accolades of future performances. He could be making it in the tournament scene as well. And as you rightly said, Fra and Alex coming up next very shortly in this next series. We saw how close the match was previously. Do you feel like it's going to go the same way, Lee, or do you feel like Fra might actually make a bit of a change? Because Fra put on an extremely good performance. He had that in the bag pretty much in that third track.
I'm just looking at the tracks. This is Cairo, Midwest, and Auckland. Relatively technical tracks, so potentially could be differences. I don't know. Honestly, like, these two are so even, I feel, Alex and Fra, that, you know, it could go either way. Alex, of course, came out. I mean, let's face it, Fra was in the lead. Fra made the mistake, right, last time around, and then Alex came out on top. So it's totally possible. If Fra was leading in those both races, he could have gone and won it. So not beyond the realm of possibility. We've already seen Alex against Future Flash. What could Fra do, maybe?
Yeah, this is going to be one of the key moments here once again. It's going to be very exciting, but we can't go to lower bracket final just yet. We have to go to a short break, and it's going to be a short one. Don't you guys worry about that at all in the slightest. Fra and Alex will be coming up next, but before we go, we'll take a short break, so we'll be back in just a few moments for the lower bracket final between Fra and Alex.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Well, the iOS tournament is racing to its conclusion already, and we are about to get our first rematch of the day. Lethal, could this go any differently?
It certainly could, considering how close their upper bracket semis was. It would not surprise me. Even before the tournament started, I said they're going to meet each other once, probably twice. And because they were both in the upper bracket semis, I think we knew that there was a damn good chance that they were going to match each other again at some stage, depending on the performance between Future Flash and an RPM player here. But yeah, this last match was a bit interesting, to say the least. I think it was more the fact that Fra was able to use his Nitro more effectively. There was a few tricks of the trade that Burnwell was trying to use, which was actually able to help him a little bit here and there, gaining a couple of tenths of a second. But the Nitro management and how useful he was making it for Fra was definitely what was giving him the better end of the stick there in both of these tracks, especially the second one, so to speak. But going back to the Fra versus Alex matchup, honestly, I feel like Fra's improved massively over the course of the last year, and the fact that he's keeping up with Alex or even having cleaner races just shows how much hard work has paid off here for Fra. So honestly, super excited to see what happens. I'm sure Fra's going to want some kind of revenge, considering that it was actually at fault himself, nothing to do with Alex, knowing that he could have won that, and now here's his second chance to maybe potentially make it into the grand final against Future Flash.
Do you think, Demon, it would be considered a bit of an upset if Fra takes down Alex in this next match?
Not really. I mean, I guess because obviously Alex came out on top in the first battle, but honestly, they're so close, these two teammates. We've seen Fra go on and win tournaments. So it's not beyond the realms of possibilities, but obviously Fra was there. Honestly, until Fra made that mistake in the semi-finals, then I think he could have gone on and won it. He's looking good today. I've got to be honest. Alex just had obviously the consistency over him in the first battle, but I think we're probably going to have another 3 tracks here. I don't think we're going to be. It's not going to be a quick 2-0.
Well, as you can see, the winner of this match will go up against Future Flash in the grand finals today. Will it be another rematch against Alex, or will Fra come out on top? You're not going to have to wait much longer at all. Lethal, it's getting exciting now, isn't it?
It really is. I don't know how to call it. I would still favour Alex 60-40, but honestly, it all depends on the position at the start and if they can keep a hold of it for the entirety of the track. And it's no easy feat with the length of time. 2 minutes to these guys probably feels like 2 hours of how they're trying to hold that lead, and it's going to be really, really exhausting for both of these players. But of course, they don't have to worry about stamina too much because of the fact that there isn't going to be a bracket reset for the grand finals. So whoever makes it through to the grand finals, yes, they have to deal with that one track disadvantage, but we'll see how things go. But honestly, it's anyone's guess. I think it's going to be very track dependent between the two.
Everything to play for now. The loser of this next match will be coming in third, and the winner will be at least guaranteeing themselves second. A lot of money on the line for this one race, Demon.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, you know, to have a chance at Future Flash, they've got to be very confident, I think, in this race. So I guess we saw Alex was close. Can Fra go better? I don't know. Either way, Future Flash is going to be incredible to beat. Let's see who can get there.
We will be seeing if he can get there very, very soon. I believe that the next game should be ready in just a few seconds. I want to give a huge shout out to everyone watching. A huge thank you for tuning in. I hope that you're enjoying it as much as we are. Guys, the next match is ready. Take it away.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much, Dan, as always. As we're going to see Alex and Fra once again here, Lee. And you know what? It's like I said before with previous grand finals with Future Flash and Alex. I could see this all day long. And we're going to now find out if Fra can topple Alex and go into the grand finals, or we're going to see a similar grand final, which I'm sure a lot of us, especially the hardcore fans here in the competitive Asphalt scene, could witness once again between Future Flash and Alex. But it could be starting things off with Cairo, and we're going to find out who's going to get that initial advantage at the very beginning between both of these players, Lee.
Yeah, and here we go. Look at this. You can see he's getting closer and closer, but it will be Fra that will hit the jump first, which is going to give him a big boost, I would say, to start this race off. Obviously, Alex is going to be trailing behind. Wasn't really quite confident enough to push Fra for that. Hits the shockwave and away he goes. Looking like a very good start from him. You can see by the minimap, though, that Alex is very much trailing behind him. Not too far, still very much in touching distance. Any mistake will be capitalized on.
Yeah, just a few tenths of a second so far. Alex just not too far behind him at all, but the only difference is that Fra's going to get a little bit more airtime from what we saw there. Double nitro into the 360, now still gaining another tenth of a second, but you can see there Fra didn't have as much mileage, but Fra got a lot more barrel rolls there, so he can use that effectively around this next jump. As you can see, with Fra using the shockwave and Alex only using that double nitro, but now he's the shockwave of his own, got a bit more airtime with the barrel rolls included, and now he's going to be able to potentially overtake. Will he be able to get inside lane? Is Fra trying to get past him, but it seems like Alex is still doing his best to keep a hold of that drift and use that shockwave, but just wasn't to be.
Yeah, there's that little slight contact actually wrecked Alex's drift, and it kept Fra going, which is why he got a little bit more out of it in the end there. Talking about bum drafting, didn't expect it in a drift, that's for sure. But both hitting the shockwave, going to go for the spin. Fra will have the boost, so to be able to keep up. And look at that, neck and neck as we go over the line. You love to see it.
Oh, that was so important. Fra actually denied him from going over that first jump, and Alex has still got a lot of nitro to work with here. Using that shockwave over the next jump, great barrel rolls included, and is using a lot better nitro management compared to what we've seen from Fra over the last 20 seconds. Still got a little bit of nitro there, using that double nitro to get around for that durability factor around some of these bends. But Fra has a bit more nitro now, looking to use that perfect nitro up this next bend, and you can see Alex using the double nitro instead. And this is looking very tight indeed. It's still only a few tenths of a second, but it's been like that for the entirety of it so far, Lee, with Alex going over the top.
Yeah, going high and low. See, it does bring him out right behind him once again here. There's just 77% of the track already done, so not too far here for Alex to try and make his move. You can see he's just trying to follow through, looking for that perfect run. Oh, that was a very low spin there, but Fra managing to hold that lead. Just a couple of moments to go here. This tight drift, you can see. Look at the control they're both showing there. Both hitting the shockwave at the same time now. They're going to stick to the same route here. Just a couple more percentages left. You can see as he goes for the spin, tries to get that last bit of boost, but it's looking like it's going to be Fra. The shockwave, is it going to be enough? No, Fra will take the first race with the little smiley emote to finish. What a great race between teammates though.
My goodness, just over 0.4 seconds between the two. This is exactly what we expected. We got it in the upper bracket semi-final, and we're getting it in this lower bracket finals as well, with Fra taking the first track. I know it was not comfortable at all in the slightest. And one of the biggest moments, of course, Fra on the second lap denying Alex from that jump. And he's going to lose a lot of nitro from that, and it's going to help him continue to maintain that lead for the entirety of that second lap.
Yeah, controlling it on both laps as well, obviously from the start. So that's really what held him there. And you saw as they were neck and neck. This is the moment just here. Hopefully it doesn't cut away there. That little bounce, and you can see Fra hits the jump, gets the boost, and that was really the difference. It's the smallest things, but you've got to be so on it for every little part of the track, knowing exactly where those nuances are coming, knowing that you're a teammate. And this is the difference, right? This is the difference between simple, lapping time onto the track and knowing exactly where you can deny your opponent in the head-to-head.
Yeah, you can see Alex was trying to abuse all his fundamentals and mechanics to try and creep out. And the scary thing is, it was still closing the gap even after missing that first initial jump. So if he didn't deny that first jump, we could have seen something entirely different towards the end of that second lap. It was absolutely ridiculous. But what a great way to kick this series off.
Yeah, that's definitely livened me up for the next race now.
Oh, yeah.
That's, absolutely love that stuff. US Midwest Canyon launch is coming up next for these two. It's going to be all about the start once again, as it is so often. Not quite as crucial as obviously getting that first jump we saw on the Cairo track. But I tell you what, Alex is under pressure now. We saw him, ironically, in the lower bracket last time around these guys faced. He did go one track down against Fra and then came back and managed to turn it around to a 2-1 advantage. That was based on, if I remember rightly, Fra having a mistake on the second track, and then the third track was his epic Caribbean battle where he made a big comeback. He almost made the comeback work there. We know Alex has his in him, so it's pressure on. What can you do? The veterans all up against one another.
Well, here we go. Second track, getting a bit ahead of myself there. And you can see Alex with that inside lane, so he's going to be more than happy to take that and gain that with ease. And both of them using the barrel roll from that straight jump. Both of them went for it, but Fra didn't really get too much airtime with that barrel roll, which means Alex should have that nitro advantage. Also going over that next jump.
Missed the jump.
And Fra's still able to keep on his tail here with both of them. Incredible barrels here from that previous jump as well. And I'm still surprised, considering the amount of nitro Alex gained from those previous two jumps. Still able to go neck and neck. He actually manages to go past him here, D-Man.
He sneaks up the inside, and now the pressure very much on Alex there as FRA just doing some wonderful work. And as you said, I was very surprised he actually managed to keep on top, because he missed that one jump, didn't get the boost, as now he comes down on top of him, now onto the tight corner, and Alex manages to sneak on through with the shockwave burning down. Both of them using every little inch of the boost that they have here, and this is a neck-and-neck race. A little bounce off the barrier from Fra there, that's going to knock him down. You can see Alex gaining just a little bit of ground on him here as we're hitting the halfway stage, almost coming up to the start of the second lap. But my God, these drivers giving it everything.
They certainly are indeed, and Alex able to maintain that lead. Will be able to during the second lap. We've seen how dicey it was in the previous one, but it looks like Fra wasn't able to barrel roll with that first jump, which means that Alex is going to have so much nitro now in comparison, using that shockwave. But don't get me wrong though, Fra just managed to get a great barrel roll off that last jump, which means that he'll be able to come back a little bit more from that previous nitro he had. But it does mean that Alex should gain at least a few tenths of a second from what we saw over the last 15 seconds of this track.
Well, Fra did have a shockwave there, so he gained a little bit on Alex, but there's quite a gap here. This is a big gap to make up between the two, and he's really going to be looking at Alex to make a mistake now at this stage, because unfortunately for him, Alex is, well, just keeping in perfect control at the moment. You can see almost done on this second lap here. Shockwave comes out from both drivers, hitting the jumps, hitting the spins, just about everything now coming out from Fra as he once again hits the shockwave. He does gain a little bit of time, but he's just running out of track, only 10% left in this one. Mistake comes out. That's what happens when you're trying to push it. You have to try and go for it. There's no risk in losing by 1 second or 20 million seconds. It doesn't really matter. Second place is second place. Alex will take it. It's 1-1. We're all square. We're going into that third race.
That 360 into the barrel roll from Fra. You never normally see that unless people were getting desperate. But yeah, my goodness. Yeah, the first lap was just incredible. And the fact that happened on the second lap, the fact that Fra missed that straight jump barrel roll was a massive time loss for him. Not just in terms of the mileage, but the amount of nitro he could have gained, like at least a bar and a half, and to then not be able to do anything with it afterwards. So unfortunate for him, and that's when I knew Alex was going to gain at least a few tenths to half a second from that, which is again very unfortunate. But for Frado, it's not really his opponent forcing out these mistakes. He's at fault himself making these mistakes. So just needs to try and be a little bit more careful with some of the decisions he makes, and just needs to play it quite calmly when he goes some of these straight barrel roll jumps. He probably does it every single time in practice, but may struggle a little bit in a tournament environment. But it's a shame because at least he didn't wreck himself this time. That's all we can say. He did obviously previously in the second track because of the fact that in the second lap he was just trying to do anything he could in order to gain a bit of time. But yeah, sadly that wasn't going to be the case. Alex will tie things up one apiece. No surprise, we're going to go into a third and final track in this lower bracket final to see which one is going to be at loggerheads against Future Flash.
Yeah, I mean, not often you get to see 2 overtakes in the same first lap. It's so close it was. Real nice control, though, from Alex to be able to just nip on the inside and then hit that shockwave. And all credit to Ferrari, obviously dodged out the way because it could have wrecked him quite easily. But it does mean, of course, we're going on to the third track here. Auckland straights and hairpins. Obviously, very technical track canyon launch. I got to be honest, when I watch these players working on these tracks, I just think how goddamn good they are. Obviously, we're trying to commentate and look at the head-to-head battle, but you've also got to appreciate how gifted they are to be able to navigate them at them, tight times, speeds, racing one another. I couldn't even do that in time trial.
I don't want to witness playing this again, my goodness me. But going to the third and final track, and we'll be straight in hairpins here between these two titans, between Fra and Alex, to see who's going to meet Future Flash in this grand finals. And for this track, normally 8 or 9 times out of 10, the cleaner racer does come out on top. It's all about your fundamentals here, especially on this track. A lot of it is quite narrow, so you need to be very cautious here. With Fra is in the lead, and Alex was trying to be a little bit cheeky to try and get down that inside lane. But the mileage for Fra has dropped quite considerably on that last bend, and you can see that Alex realizes that he's getting a little bit frisky here around some of these bends.
Yeah, he's very good at taking the tight lines, though, Alex is. He really works well on the tight, twisty circuits. It seems to be his forte over a lot of drivers, managing to gain as much as he can on the tighter tracks. Whether it's just slightly smoother, I'm not too sure what it is that makes him just that little bit better at the moment. Just keeping Fra very much in front of him at the moment. Now he's gaining once again as we get to the corner, continuing to gain. They both hit the shockwave, try and get themselves a little bit of an advantage there, managing to drift it out the corner. So looking good, sticking to the same line here, both of them just trying to ride that shockwave as tight as they can as they edge closer to the end of the first lap here. Now once again, tight control. It's all about the corner control there. Hit the shockwave almost identically, but you can see just how much ground Alex made up there towards in that tight twisty section. He really is magnificent at it.
You saw Fra got a lot more airtime, a good amount of barrel rolls, which means that he was able to get the shockwave, unlike Alex, who had to save and go for the double nitro with the lack of nitro he had previously. Which does mean Fra's going to be able to increase his lead by a few tenths of a second. Alex realizes this, and this is where he's going to have to get a little bit risky here. But it's hard to take many risks here on straights and hairpins. It's a very difficult track. It's like I said, it's all about clean pacing and how great your fundamentals are. And looking like to use that shockwave going up to this next bend. Is Fra still looking to go for this next jump? No barrel roll coming out from Alex, looking just to go for the straight line instead. Could cost him here, but he has gained a few tenths of a second with both of them with the shockwave, but he is getting a lot more barrel rolls.
Absolutely, he's very tight still, but he's running out of time. The spin comes out, tries to ride the barrier closer, does gain the ground on Fra. Can he cut on the inside? No, gets the nudge. The shockwave comes out from Fra, and I think that may well have done it. That is going to be Fra going into the finals. There's only 10% of the track left, unless a big mistake comes out from Fra here. I think Alex has lost his chance, and I think he knows it as well. He had to go for the risky maneuver there. All about this final corner. No mistakes coming out from Fra. He will be going through to the grand finals. I love seeing these two teammates race each other because it always is tight action. But congratulations for Fra holding out in a 2-1 win.
8 tenths of a second is for, well, Fra is looking a lot more consistent, a lot more formidable from what we've seen at previous tournaments and events, and now it could be his time to shine here against Future Flash. Commiserations to, of course, RPM's very own Alex, making it up to the third place position. He will be walking away with $400 nonetheless, but we know about his consistency. We know how much of a strong opponent he could be, and he probably won't be too happy with that third place placement.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Obviously, he was going to hope he can go further, but you can see it was just every time it was almost up the inside. Fra just kind of shut the door on him. It's like, nope, not going to happen. But definitely a tight race. And as you mentioned, this is all about, obviously, you have to pick your moments. You really do, because it's such a hard track to pass on, being much a tighter track. Like if you to compare to, say, I don't know, Shanghai or something like that, it's like half the width, and that was it. That was the chance there, and obviously he just knocked him out of that drift effectively and gave Fra the boost effectively into the drift. So unfortunately for Alex, not quite enough this time around. It does mean, though, that Fra will be going through to face Future Flash in the grand finals, which Well, it's an uphill battle, but he hasn't raced him yet in this tournament. So let's see if he can do any better than his teammate did.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there from Alex. We saw a few mistakes from him on that final lap. You can't really say mistakes, just very minuscule errors. Like, you know, the fact that he didn't get any barrel rolls, as much airtime on that final jump on that first lap on the last track. Just little things like this. And you saw when he was trying to cut him in that inside lane, the reason why he did that, because he didn't have the nitro to compete with the mileage that Farah was going to distribute. So that's when he was like, right, I need to try and at least push him towards the side, or at least avoid, or maybe even cause a wreck if possible. That was his last chance, like, you know, hurrah, so to speak, but it just wasn't to be. But fair play for him to try to risk it, especially at the very last portion of that lap on the final track. Deary me. But that does mean we do have a grand finals on our hands. It will be between Future, Flash and Fra, as normally people may have predicted, but after the break we will witness these two titans go at it and to find out who will be the winner on the iOS platform. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be back once again in a few moments.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Well, here we go. It all comes down to this, really. Fra has made it through and will be up in the grand finals for iOS, which is coming up in just a few moments. My name is Falcone. This is the wonderful Lethal and D-Man. And guys, here we are, the moment everyone has been waiting for. Demon, are you hyped?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I said it's totally possible that Fra could come back and take it, and he absolutely has. He's shown a strong competitive edge, there's no doubt about it. He's definitely shown that he's up for it tonight in terms of his battles in racing. You know, we saw it obviously how aggressive he was against Burn Wheels, how aggressive he was in the both races, or both best of series, I should say, against Alex. So we know he's going to be a strong competitor. The question is, will he be able to come close to Future Flash? Because Future Flash is just so consistent, so strong. I just worry that, you know, if he doesn't manage to catch him at the start, will he get left behind?
Well, we are going to find out in just a few moments. As Lethal, we look back at some of the best moments from that last match between these two teammates, the two kindred souls. Did it go as you expected?
It did, and more. There were so many great moments I can't really count. It's countless how many times they were so close to overtaking each other, trying to take these risky maneuvers here and there to really try and topple one another. It was honestly just a spectacle. I would love to win this again and again. And you know, we will do it at future events, absolutely, 100%. But of course now, with Fra, he's going to be a one in the grand final, not Alex this time. So of course, you know, Alex won't be able to win this competition. Future Flash is going to be looking sweet and pretty with that one track advantage here. And Fra is going to be well aware of that, but honestly, the consistency and it's just the nitro management and how effective he has been with his nitro. It's been extremely good. But Fra, we have seen quite a few mistakes here and there. He has struggled on the odd occasion to some of his straight jump barrel rolls, which hopefully for his sake won't cost him some of his tracks in this grand final. But we have to wait and see. It is very track dependent. Of course, I did say that those best of threes between him and Alex can be quite track dependent indeed, and of course with the position you have at the very beginning. But Future Flash and Fra, you couldn't ask for more here. Different competitor in the grand finals. We'll have to see if Future Flash will add another trophy to the cabinet, as I mentioned earlier, to continue on with his trend for an incredible season here this year.
Now, of course, Future Flash, I should say, has had an incredible year. And Demon, in a game like Asphalt, where the kind of difference between the two players, like the edge is so slim, how much of a difference would you say that one track advantage is going to make for Future Flash?
It's a big advantage. I mean, the fact that Future Flash has not dropped a race yet, it's a pretty big advantage. Yeah, I mean, obviously, to just take anything off him is going to be a massive, massive boon. I think, you know, just to take a single race. However, Future Flash did go the distance last time in the finals, so it's not beyond the realms of possibilities.
Well, I guess we ought to say good luck to Fra. You have got one heck of a challenge coming up, and this challenge will start now. The iOS Asphalt 9 Snapdragon Pro Series Finals starts now.
Thank you very much, Dan. As always, the iOS Grand Final is here between Future Flash and Fra here, D-Man. And honestly, for what we're seeing from both these players, it's been an incredible feat for Future Flash. As we mentioned earlier, the tally of championship victories he's had so far this year, looking to add another medallion, a gold one if possible. And for Frado, again, a non-easy opponent at all in the slightest. And we'll be interested to see what strategic methods Fra will do to try and topple this juggernaut here, as honestly, Future Flash has just hit this skill ceiling plateau of how well he's been performing so far. But we're going to get straight into this first track now. Already Far trying to use that early nitro to gain a little bit of an advantage because, of course, Future Flash had that inside lane. But Flash is like, no, I'm just going to take the straight lane. I'm fine with that. You can do whatever you want in order to try and topple me. Good straight barrel roll jump from both his players early on.
Yeah, it is, of course, straight into the Himalayas frozen route, by the way, here, just in case you're unsure. The track runs to the GT3s, of course, the Bentleys. And this is the risky one. I was about to say, I don't know how he got away with that. Does the little smiley face as well. He's just like, yep. Not sure how he got away with that one without wrecking, I gotta be honest.
Goodness me. And Far, look at that. He messed up on that previous jump, and look at the mileage. My goodness. It's going to cost him at least 3 or 4 seconds here. And Future Flash knows, do you know what? Just need to play it safe. That's all I need to do. And Far's going to have to pull every trick in the book in order to try and close this gap. But we know what Asphalt's like. It could be very, very punishing for you as a player to make even the slightest error. And that was a great example of that. Obviously not great for Far because he's the one on the worst end of the stick here, as Flash now is going to look to continue on this track and to try and close this out.
Yeah, I mean, for Future Flash, he's into time trial mode now and just effectively, as you say, just drive it safe. No need to take too many risks. Just try and finish out the lap hit all the boosts, hit all the bonus. Ooh, he actually didn't even bother going for that. Wow, wait, hold on a minute. He's like skipped a couple of boosts there. I mean, there's plenty of safe, and then there's, well, Fra wrecking like that. So that was that. Okay.
It was funny because Future Flash, as well as like not wanting to go for that jump, he didn't even pick up the gold canister either.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It was just like he's in super chill mode, and after just wrecking again, because of course if you do land on top of the ratings, you get a little bit more nitro. Fra now, not the best of the starts in this grand final, but it's understandable why he's employing some of these tricks, so to speak. But yeah, this is well and truly over, sadly, for Fra in this first track of the grand final.
Yeah. So it's going to be a 2-0 lead for Future Flash because he already has that one race advantage coming in from the upper bracket. We'll see which he deserves, which means he's still yet to drop a track right at the moment. So far, Future Flash. Could he go through with the perfect win? Well, we'll see as Fra manages to find just about every obstacle he can in terms of boosting, but Future Flash just about to go over the line and pick himself up the second race victory with that one advantage, as Fra knew this one was a done deal. I think he realized, you know, when he got away with that bouncing off that barrel almost upside down and didn't wreck, it was like,
yeah, I completely agree. I was kind of a bit like, a bit of a deucey one there, so to speak. But yeah, look at that. Don't worry about the time to 21 seconds. He had 4 wrecks. We've seen more wrecks in this track than we've done the entirety of the iOS platform, but it does mean Future Flash has won the first track in this grand final and only 1 track away from a complete clean sweep on the iOS platform here at the Snapdragon Pro Series EU and MENA region.
Yeah, my favourite track coming up next as well, which is going to be in San Francisco City by the Bay. Absolutely love that one. That's where Fra wrecked for the, I think, 2nd or 3rd time out. But yeah, coming into this next track, it is a very technical track in terms of areas where there is a lot of space for mistakes, I would say, especially with City by the Bay, you know, down on that docks area into the large jumps. There's a lot of space for errors, you know, error-prone areas where we've seen a lot of drivers sort of dropping effectively and making massive mistakes despite having huge leads. So a lot of chances for it. And of course, you can see if we do get there, Greenland, Fire and Ice, well, we will get there regardless. And then, of course, the final track, Cairo, Nile River. Well, I mean, we might not get there. It could be done and dusted, 3-0 and out, right?
Yeah, we really could, yeah. So just needs one more track to be able to solidify victory here. And I don't think we've witnessed, in terms of the Asphalt esports and competitive scene, I don't think any player has won an event without dropping a single track at all in the slightest. So the fact that Future Flash does this as potentially the final event here for Asphalt this year, what a way to finish this year off. We'll see if this happens though with Future Flash now trying to gain that straight line using that nitro as well. Both are using the 360, but Future Flash did it in timing so that he was able to get a little bit far ahead, but now already about 3 or 4 tenths of a second here. Farnan needs to seriously step things up and take some risks in order to topple Future Flash.
Yeah, hit both canisters as well there. Managed to get the spin to hit both canisters out, which Fra completely missed. So does manage to get a decent rotation though. Hits the shockwave on landing, so should be able to keep himself going. There's the shockwave boost down onto the bay, and this is where the errors can start to come. You can see Future Flash is riding it well. Fra though trying to keep up as best he can, goes low, hits the spin. This is risky play. He's going for the real risky maneuver. Will manage to hit the shockwave and the spin. Can he land it right? Yes, he can, and he comes out on the lead now. Fra, so a beautiful maneuver paying off there. Future Flash down below. That's the ultra risky route that Fra took there, and it's absolutely paid off for him.
And this is why City on the Bay is one of your personal favourites. We've seen some crazy feats here. Fra now able to take the lead with perfect precision around every single one of those jumps and corners, and of course the nitro management behind it. Now with Fra in the lead, will he be able to maintain it? What risks is Future Flash going to create here with a very interesting barrel roll, but it gets an incredible barrel roll from that previous jump, a lot of nitro gains, and now looking to try and drift around this corner, but you can see he's trying to go for the inside lane. Will Future Flash replicate what we saw from Fra? Might not have to, as he actually lands on top of him, almost going to go outside. Yes, he does. He actually wrecks himself. And Fra, surely this is his time to take the first track in this grand final.
Take it easy, take it easy. He's going for it. Okay, he realized now. Okay, he didn't go for the spin. I was just suddenly realized, like, oh, hang on a minute. I have the lead. He's wrecked. I can finish this one out in style. So Fra will take a track. We talked about how hard it is to go without dropping a track. And honestly, it was all down to the absolute ultra risky play that Fra pulled out. You love to see it. And this track once again delivers an absolute epic race.
Cool. I was sweating during that first lap. My God, how Fra took that. The main thing is he had to. He was at least half a second behind. He was no way he could just play a clean race and be able to close the gap using the standard routes. And he did it quite, actually, no, really in a clean way. But Future Flash getting that 360 just a tiny bit earlier to get the edge to stop his opponent's vehicle to even be able to get a little bit more of an edge. Obviously, slowed down the mileage a tad as well. But Future Flash was trying to replicate it in some ways, wasn't able to, completely went off the track. And now, sadly for Future Flash, that's his first track loss in this entirety of the tournament. Hopefully, for his sake, no more will be, there'll be no more losses for him here. But for Frado, it's going to give him some breathing room. Just take it one track at a time, and now let's see what he can do going into this next race.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you know, hats off to Fra. Obviously, you can see Future Flash going for it, really. You've got nothing to lose. You know, the fact is that he's so far ahead in terms of races. He didn't mind dropping one there, but, you know, absolutely risking it for a biscuit. But for Fra, that first lap, that Golden Gate play was just absolutely magnificent. It shows that he has it in him, right? He has the technical presence to come out on top and hit those jumps perfectly. Yes, it's a very popular track, and obviously it's a track we've raced a lot of times, always in the grand finals here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. So it's not surprising that he's practiced that sort of route effectively. But it means we go on to Greenland, Fire and Ice, another technical track. Let's see if you can do it again, because you've got to do it again two more times. You had to take down Future Flash.
I would envision normally Future Flash would be able to take more of an advantage from these technical versions of some of these tracks in comparison, but Fra just made it look easy, didn't he? Honestly, and when he actually landed on top of him, it was so fortunate that Fra was also shockwaving. If he wasn't, then that would have been a wreck. That would have been it. Maybe that's what Flash was kind of hoping for. But then when he realised that it wasn't going to happen, then that was going to be curtain call for him going off that track. Sadly, but he had to take that risk one time or another. So, well, that's obviously another track all done and out. Way. We're not going to see that perfect run from Future Flash on the iOS platform, but still needs to only win one, and he's only lost one so far in the last, including this one, the 3 Series, and Fra has managed to topple and actually get that first track win, which is going to give him not a huge morale boost, but at least it's going to give him some breathing room, like I said before, a little bit of leeway here. And if he takes this next one, Future Flash is going to be very, you know, highly pressured here going to that final track if that does come to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, he went the distance last time. It was your Fire last time around that actually took him the distance to all 5 tracks. It's 4 tracks technically because of that one track lead he had here. But this start could be huge. Keep your eye on this. Future Flash dropping his first race of the tournament. It is going to be a clean start for him, though, this time around. Fra just taking it easy this time around as they do both get the spin. And that's not the start that Fra needed.
No, it wasn't at all. He played it quite safely. You saw at the very beginning he didn't have the inside lane, so he decided to drift and go into that double nitro. But how he wrecked himself then, that was such a shame. It wasn't even necessary either. Not really too sure what was going through his mind, but that was very unfortunate for him, and it's now just for Future Flash to continue playing this safely and take this iOS Grand Final and the entire competition.
Yeah, so Future Flash looking like he's got this one in the bag. He's going to have to make a big mistake here for Fra to catch up. Obviously, unforced error. It's not beyond the realms of possibility, but we have only seen him wreck once in this entire tournament, and that was just the last race when he landed on top of Fra. So let's not get ahead of ourselves on that one. Goes down into the ice section now, keeping it very much smooth. Not too many errors you can make down there, as now you start to get into the tight, twisty sections. But as again, just like almost like Shanghai, it is a very wide open circuit. So, you know, it's a case of while it is tight, twisty sections, these drivers are so good these sort of circuits that, that tight circuit that maybe we'll struggle on handheld. These guys just absolutely blast around it, no problem. Shockwave hit by Future Flash goes over once again, and this second lap is just looking all too easy, as I almost thought he was about to make a mistake.
I know, this is a real shame as well. If he was like 2.5, 3 seconds behind, then he could probably hope for Future Flash to wreck himself and then actually be able to close the gap. But I think he's like 7, maybe 8 seconds behind. It's just way too much of a gap to even have the opportunity to close. He needs to hope for a miracle at this point to even take us to that final track and make it 2 apiece, but it's just not going to happen there. Future Flash is playing it comfortably now around some of these bends.
I feel like it was Jägermeister perhaps that was in a similar situation to this before and actually did make that unforced error mistake, if I remember rightly. I might be wrong. Apologies, Jägermeister, if it wasn't. I know you're going to be racing in a few moments, and I'm absolutely certain you're probably watching this right now, but I feel like one of the finals there was that. Memories, there's been that many races over the years that I feel like that was possibly where it came from. But Future Flash, once again, continuing where he's really started off throughout the year, absolute dominant champion throughout 2023, has really been very successful, so it's not too surprising to see him winning out once again here in the iOS Snapdragon Pro Series.
What a way to finish things up. Congratulations to Future Flash, your iOS champion for the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt 9 Open Finals. And what a way to close that out as well. The fact that he almost had the perfect run is just a statement in itself. Only dropping 1 track though, as he's going to be having words with Fran saying, how dare you just take 1 track away from me for the entire tournament. But this is how it occurred in that track in the grand final. You could see he planned to do the 360 and just at least try and scrape across that wall in order to gain a bit more nitro, just to try and at least close that gap a little bit further. But it cost him massively, and Fra was probably shaking his head knowing that this is going to be not a done deal situation. This is going to be it. This is going to be his final ride here in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, honestly, a well-deserved champion. Yes, he dropped that one track, but honestly, that was down to Fra's brilliance. I think it's safe to say more than anything. You've got to give him that credit. Absolutely magnificent performance on City by the Bay. But Future Flash overall dominant victory. 2-0, 2-0, 3-1 in the finals. Absolutely deserved champion once again.
Well, there you have it. A huge congratulations to Future Flash, who will be taking home $1,200 for their first place prize. And what a performance it was indeed, dropping only 1 race in the entire tournament. Now, I heard you saying during that race, Demon, I heard you saying that it's never been done before. There's never been a fully undefeated player. Is this the closest we've ever been?
I mean, I guess so, right? He's only just dropped that 1 singular track, in which, in fairness, it wasn't down to his misplays. It was more down to Fra's brilliant play on the first lap that obviously put him in that second place position. But that, as far as I can remember, was the only time he was actually in second place as well. I think he's led every race, right, as well. He's just kind of led from the start every single race we've had today. Phenomenal.
Let's take one last look at the bracket and see how things went down. Of course, we had some tough fighters. We had teammates up against each other multiple times, but in the end, Fra was not able to take down the extremely talented Future Flash, who is going to be our iOS champion. And we've been talking all day about how good Future Flash is. Lethal, do you think anyone's ever going to catch up with him?
It's a real tough ask, really, isn't it? Because I kind of feel like Alex is probably one of the very few people. I do feel like Fra does have it in him to also take it, but he keeps putting it on himself for some of his mistakes, like even the smallest things, like trying to scrape into the wall or the railings to get a bit more nitro. We saw him quite a few times wreck himself because of that, missing some of his straight barrel roll jumps, so that's probably a few things he needs to try and at least rectify or just be more consistent for it. Alex is probably one of the main factors or the favourites to maybe topple Future Flash one day, somehow or another, but this has just been not just the entire year, but the last 4 weeks, how well Future Flash has performed. Like winning the Lamborghini Esports Asphalt 9 event, 4-0 in the grand finals. This event here, only dropping 1 track out of all 3 series he's performed. It's, you know, the same question that you're probably thinking as well, Dan. It's like, will someone topple him? I reckon one day it's a possibility, but Alex and Far are probably the only ones who can do it at this stage, unless someone else from Android or Windows crosses over to iOS to really give it a big one. But do you want to deal with the iOS section? I personally wouldn't. I'd probably go straight to one of the other platforms, but we'll have to see as time goes on.
Now, of course, while the iOS tournament has concluded, we are only halfway through the day, as let's take a little look at what we've got coming up with the Android bracket. Very exciting stuff. We have Jägermaster up against Totally Not David in the first match coming up, and then RPM O'Neo versus Shuchi coming up after that. Demon, what do you think of these players?
Yeah, I don't think Sukti's with RPM anymore, is he? I'm not sure. It doesn't have the tag anyway, but it used to be former teammates there again, so it was another battle. Now, Sukti obviously came out on top against Jägermeister last time around. That was a 3-2 or 3-1 or something like that, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in the last series that we had. So, obviously, the 2 finalists, great to see them returning once again. And, well, it's going to be a close battle, I feel. Not as clear-cut on Android as it is on was on iOS.
Well, we will be finding out very soon. Now, do not go anywhere. We're only halfway through the day, and we have the entire Android tournament coming up after this very short break. See you soon.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL. The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We are back for the Asphalt 9 EMEA Finals Part 2. iOS is done, and now we move on to Android, which... Lethal, I'm not going to lie, you've made some little implications throughout the day I've been listening to about maybe Android being a little bit easier than iOS.
Yeah, I wouldn't say easier. It's just what you go from qualifying times and you go from the races themselves. But I do feel like the odd one or two players could easily, transition into iOS and be able to make a huge impact as well. What I was trying to say was, it's probably the iOS platform. You see the same names, the same faces every single time, but they play at such a high caliber. But you may not have as many players on Android or Windows, but only a very select few could also make that impact on the iOS platform. But of course, stuff Windows and Steam anyway, because obviously it's all about the Android side of things. But we always used to see Jägermaster topple everyone a couple of years ago on the Android side of things. But we've had some great players come out in the woodwork. We've had Onyo, who's always been played. Onyo is kind of like the Alex on the Android platform, I think, so to speak, once upon a time. But he's still able to get in that top 4. He actually dabbled on the Windows platform in the Asphalt series back in April, funny enough. So some of his players may transition here and there to see if they can get any better in terms of their placement. But Suchti is another name which came out of the woodwork and is a very, very strong opponent indeed. But it's going to be a much closer affair from what we've seen in previous Android events. Android events, yeah.
Well, let's take a look at exactly what these players are competing for. And once again, it is going to be a whopping $1,200 for first place. Now, $1,200 is all right for a day's work, isn't it, Demon?
Yeah, it's not too bad. Future Flash walking away from that with the iOS side of things. And then you can see in terms of, look how tight those times were on the qualifying, right? Just not even a tenth of a second between Jägermeister and Sukti. The two finalists, by the way, of last series here. So not too surprising to see them up there. RPM Onyo and totally not David, which I assume is Davidev, maybe?
I think it is.
Got a feeling maybe there was here last time around. So pretty much,
right?
Does that make no? Because it wasn't Onyo, was it? It was the big 71 last time around.
Well, let's take a look at
we've got the same 4 players
against who and when. Here is the bracket, and are we going to get any? Well, I don't think. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but we don't have any teammates playing in this.
We got former teammates, but not
former
teammates. Yeah. So
the first up is going to be Jägermaster versus Totally Not David, and then Onyo versus Suchi, and Jägermaster versus Totally Not David is going to be the first match. Lethal, is that one to look forward to?
I think every single one of his matches to look forward to, just because of the fact that we've seen these players time and time again. David obviously came top 4 in the previous Snapdragon Pro Series back in spring, I believe. Jägermaster, I don't really need too much of an introduction because of his accolades, a little bit like Future Flash, so to speak. But a couple of years ago, he's had quite a few first place finishes, but recently he's been challenged for that first place spot quite a few times by Suchti. And of course, Onyo has always been tailing behind Jägermaster as well. If he's going to be able to win this outright, then we'll have to see how things go. Onyo has always been placing second and recently a few of the 3rd and 4th place positions. Never able to get that top spot, sadly. If we're going to see anything different, that's what we're going to try and witness. But I think that second semi-final, we'll have to see the indicators there from Onyo, because he'll be playing against Suchti, which will be an absolutely crazy one in itself. But David is also a very strong player as well. Jägermaster, I think a lot of people will say 70-30 will come out trumps in this one, in this first semi-final. But honestly, anything could happen depending on the tracks before our very eyes.
Well, there you go. That is what we've got to look forward to. But let's take a look at the schedule and see just exactly when everything is going down. Once again, it is going to be the first couple matches, then upper bracket final, then the lower bracket final later before the grand final after that. We have, well, potentially another 4 hours of games coming up, Demon. Lots to look forward to.
Yeah, we'll see whether this goes the distance, whether we get a couple of 2-0s in here. I feel like this is going to be closer than the iOS side of things. I don't think we're going to get so many 2-0 sweeps that we had, obviously, from the likes of Future Flash dominating. I think this is definitely going to go the distance in some of the races. I think Jägermeister may 2-0 the first one, but I think Onyo Sukti could be very close.
Well, guys, that is just about enough from me. It is time for you two to take us through this first match of the Android Finals.
Lovely. Cheers, Dan. As always, it gets our first semi-final now on the Android side of things. Jägermaster versus Totally Not David, or David, as we like to call him, because that's how we normally recognise him for. And we'll be starting things off exactly the same on the iOS platform with these tracks in the semi-finals. It will be Capital of the World, Rome, Cliffhanger, Himalayas, and then Tunnel Jam for San Francisco if we get that far. Will we get that far? I do agree with you, Lee, that this could potentially be a 2-0 just from track record of these two going head-to-head. But let's start things off in this first track. First semi-final here on the Android platform, and Jägermaster already trying to topple him and to stop him from getting the cleanest line, and he was able to successfully do so. Now just a few tenths of a second ahead.
That's what I wanted to see last time around when we were in the iOS side of things. Good challenge, good tightness. We'll see where Jägermeister drops down now ahead of them. So Jägermeister holding that lead, did manage to get the shockwave spiral through the air, so managing to get all the boost he needs. And you can see his boost bar now as he hits that shockwave. David not even close to it, so that's giving Jägermeister an even bigger lead here. So a great start from him so far.
Yeah, David got a few more barrel rolls out there and a little bit of airtime to try and gain a little bit more nitro over Jägermaster, but the gap now is actually so big that you can see Jägermaster playing this extremely clean race. Great lines as well overall, using that shockwave over that previous jump, and now trying to get around this next bend, just trying to make it the straightest line possible. Now using that perfect nitro into the double to try and get around the corner a little bit easier, and he has actually been successfully able to do so.
Yeah, clip the inside there, David, so it's not ideal. And you can see Jägermeister actually taking the right-hand route. Interesting. iOS all went through the middle there, if I'm not mistaken, on that first section. So different route already coming out from the Android side of things. But, you know, it's whatever works in the race. Often you'll be drawn into following your opponent as well. So second lap now underway, and Jägermeister very much gone in the distance, already through the tunnel. You can see David not even close to it yet. Over the jump he goes, hits the boost, hits the boost exactly perfectly, should hit the shockwave just in time for the spiral, and Jägermeister shoots off into the distance.
Yeah, at least 3 seconds ahead now. Of course, Jägermaster using the underground route once again to gain more nitro and to extend his lead, which he has done nicely. Barrel roll coming up from David with that double nitro there, and Jägermaster now with the perfect nitro going over this next jump. No 360s, no mischief or shenanigans to try and at least increase his lead even further, because this race has been so clean. We know how fundamentally gifted Jägermaster could be, and it looks like he's looking to try and gain victory in this entire tournament. He wants to make a huge impact. He wants to try and become victorious again here on the Android side of things in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but what a way to kick things off so far from Jägermaster.
Yeah, absolutely dominant start from Jägermeister in this first race. Solid overall, not really too pressured, just a little bumper to bumper right at the start there, but overall has been a clean race. You can see just hitting, using every nitro he can now, just no reason to store it all up. He hasn't got any of those little urgent moments as he comes over the line with a 2:41.298. That, by the way, is a quicker time than Future Flash. 2:43.465 Future Flash had. So 2 seconds almost faster than Future Flash was.
And this is what I mean. There's only a select few who, well, if ever, transition one day. Is Jägermaster very clean race. Went underground both times to collect all that nitro just to continue to expand his lead further, which he has done. And David, he didn't really make any major mishaps or mistakes. It's just great clean racing from Jägermaster. Good clean lines as well overall. David was trying to, he wasn't really playing really unsafe enough in order to try and close that gap. I think kind of just accepted his defeat during that second lap, realising that, right, okay, he's probably at least 3 or 4 seconds ahead by now, which he was, and now looking to go into second track to see if he can do anything different in order to try and equalise his series scoreline.
Yeah, dominant performance, dominant first race. It does mean, of course, we go over to Himalaya's Cliffhanger next to see whether he can draw anything back there. But honestly, Jägermeister looking like he's starting off strong. Guess he's probably had a lot of practice on that track recently. Obviously, I don't know when these guys get told the tracks exactly, but obviously Rome, capital of the world, is a pretty common one, so they would have played it a lot anyway. But honestly, perfect first game race.
Couldn't ask for more, could you, consider for what we saw there? We did say that in terms of predictions, it's probably going to be more favouring Jägermeister just from the track record for these two playing against each other. We know David actually got top 4 at the previous Snapdragon Pro Series back in the spring and is probably hoping that he can try and expand that a bit further and at least try and improve his placement here. But I said it before, even making it to the top 4 here, the Snapdragon Pro Series is actually an achievement in itself, and it's just a matter of how far up on the ladder you can get in terms of placement. And of course, that prize money, but we know most of these players are looking for the victory rather than the prize money nonetheless. But we'll be going to the second track, and do you feel, Lee, that this is probably going to be a similar outcome considering how impressive Jägermeister was in that first track?
I mean, obviously with that, it's the only thing we've got to go by, then yes.
This is it.
Yes, I suspect it would be. But this is obviously a tricky track. We saw it if you think back to the Alex Farr race on iOS. Obviously the start can mean a lot. All about hitting that early lead. So we'll see whether it pays off. Jägermeister, once again on the left-hand side, will have the outside of the first corner. So we'll see whether he manages to get ahead. He's going to have the jump, of course, first. So does he try and force him away from it? Doesn't go for it. Oh, and they both just about hit it. That was about as perfect as you can make it. Just considering they were both really edging for it. Jägermeister obviously pulled it hard to the left the second he hit that jump. You saw David trying to almost land on top of him there. The shockwave coming through as they blast through. Where are they going to come out? Jägermeister will touch down just ahead of David, and they continue and lead. Now, this is going to be a tough one to hold on to because I feel like David's got a lot more practice in him this time around.
Good landing there from David. Didn't lose too much mileage after that initial huge jump. As David now using that shockwave to go for his next jump. Good barrel rolls as well, as he's not really too far behind here. He's not letting things escalate or spiral out of control. Good barrel rolls again coming out from David. Using that double nitro now going around this next bend. Using the break nitro trick with the perfect nitro as well to get a little bit more. You can see him doing it consistently here to try and close this gap. And he has done a little bit. He's going to go for this jump, which Jägermeister actually decided not to. So we'll gain at least a third of that nitro to add to the tally. To also gain it. It's also getting the mileage as well, which is quite impressive. So Jägermeister can't really play this too safe for the remainder of the second lap.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see how safe he was playing it. Now, David did go for the low ground here. Not too sure whether that's going to pay off. We'll see, obviously. It's always sometimes you go for that trickier route. We'll see whether it pays off. Hits the shockwave, got a boost. Just lands it down. We saw Alex doing a similar thing with Farr. This time around, he doesn't gain as much ground as he'd like there. I think Jägermeister's been pretty much playing it perfectly so far. Clean racing once again from him. Oh, and he misses the boost. Jägermeister wrecked back there. I'm almost certain of it.
No, he did. Yeah, he did. Absolutely. So even though he missed that previous jump, it doesn't matter because now, because of that wreck, is going to be at least a few seconds in front. And Jägermeister's also wrecks again. And David now, with that double nitro going around this next bend, is going to be no more mishaps at all. This is going to be a very clean ending here in this second lap. And what a way for David now to take this second track and a way to go into the third and final track as well. Completely unexpected considering we've been praising Jägermeister with how fundamentally gifted he's been during this season. But of course, the second track, very interesting that he wrecked himself towards the very end. So David winning that just by roughly 9 seconds. But my goodness me, David's now going into the third and final track here.
Massive unforced error. That's all it was. He was so far ahead, he didn't need to make that. And we saw him kind of like not going for some of the jumps, which to me tells me that's almost in that cruise control mode, which actually can be dangerous for you. I mean, in fairness, David wasn't that far behind, I don't think at all throughout that. So yeah, real interesting error coming out from Jägermeister. Interested to see where it was. It was when David was down low, wasn't it? And Jägermeister was up on high. Almost like he was taking the risky route. It wasn't this section here because they obviously go high and low. Jägermeister comes out quite far ahead. So just ahead of here, it's just up here. So Jägermeister, yes, he hit the jump wrong, didn't he? He clipped the jump. He didn't catch the jump correctly.
That's what I'm going to be assuming anyway. It looks like he tried to catch a little bit of the jump in order to get a lot of barrel rolls, but of course not too much airtime. But maybe he didn't barrel roll correctly and then just landed on his head. It's we've seen it a few times actually during the iOS side, and it looks like we've witnessed it from Jägermeister during this one as well. But the funny thing is, he didn't really have to do anything too unsafe. He was in a comfortable position there, but it looks like we will be going to Tunnel Jam in San Francisco to see how things are going to escalate further. So for David now, he could already improve his placements compared to last season and guarantee guarantee himself top 3 if he topples him in this third and final track.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. So there's a chance now. It's open to either of them. Unforced errors costing Jägermeister. He's going to be absolutely furious with himself, by the way, making that mistake. He was almost like nonchalantly going for the jump, hitting the sort of delicate spiral, and just, well, obviously screwed it up. Simple as. There's a code, guys. There's a code. Quick, there's a code. There's a code. Get the code. Get the code. Just saying, it's right there.
Yeah, we know some of you have been waiting for that code, but there you go. There's a code underneath for you to redeem, so make sure you grab that whilst it's hot. And speaking of hot things, like this third and final track, honestly, I still feel like Jägermeister's going to come out on top. He knows full well that it's obviously he was his worst enemy. It's just unfortunate that it happened before the cleanest part of the track was going to occur, so there wasn't really any mishaps which could occur, which is pretty unfortunate indeed. But let's see how things are going to go in Tunnel Jam. Another one, see, like we're just giving it away like candy. Exactly.
EFG making it rain.
Exactly.
Or Game Loft, I should say, really. It's Game Loft, obviously, that have supplied these codes. So thank you very much to them, obviously. Not only for the game, but making, obviously, the codes for you, the players that are watching this. And I know you're all going to be going crazy trying to enter them as quickly as possible, so you're completely ignoring what we say right now. Let's get into the race. Jägermeister versus David, 1-1 all square. Who is going to come out in this best of 3 final race?
Yeah, this Tunnel Jam could be quite doozy. It's actually given Jägermeister a little bit of a bump there, so that means it's going to have a bit more mileage going underneath these tunnels. And David now, let's see how things are going to work out for him. His Shockwave here as he's going to go around this next bend. And the perfect Nitro coming out there from Jägermeister, but David's actually going to save his Nitro to use the Shockwave down this straight line. And already good jumps here coming out from Jägermeister as well. Not as much airtime from David, but in the end, he's going to go towards this next jump here with that perfect Nitro. It's going to be nicely timed. Double Nitro, of course, for the durability factor to get around this next bend. But quite clean from both these players so far. Just a little nudge from David at the start, giving Jägermeister the edge which he required to maybe hold or maintain this lead.
Yeah, and he's got to be careful. He's got a comfortable lead right now. Not safe lead by any stretch of the imagination, but he has a comfortable lead, and this is where he made the mistake last time around. Let's see if he can hang on. No spins coming out from David there. I'd expect him to go for at least a 360 over that jump there, but instead just holds it straight. And now, well, continues on his way, but you can see Jägermeister is stretching that lead.
Certainly is indeed. Shockwave over that previous jump. Now looking to try and get round and drift at this next bend. David hasn't really got much nitro to his name, which is why he's using that 360 to go over this next jump. Using that Shockwave now during that straight line. Jägermeister doesn't get a huge amount of barrel rolls there, but he's going to get an incredible amount of 360s there from that last jump. Using the perfect nitro to barrel roll into this corner at the second. But David looking to try and get a little bit more, but his mileage is dropping drastically after that previous jump. But Jägermeister looking so good right now. He's obviously realised his mistake from track number 2, but saying that though, he's playing a little bit unsafe, but just wants to secure this win comfortably just in case David does come up from behind. But the gap is just way too large at this stage, and it looks like Jägermeister will be taking victory in his upper bracket semi-final over David.
Yeah, so over the line goes Jägermeister. Takes himself this series 2 races to 1 after the unforced error in the last track. Just dragging it on a little bit longer, Jägermeister there, I think. But yeah, it was pretty much, he had the clean lead in all the races, just obviously throwing a mistake. It's something to keep your eye on. Obviously, as we progress through this tournament, he's going to be going into the upper bracket final. It means obviously David will drop down to the lower bracket to face either Onio or Sukchi.
Yeah, David looks like he has improved a little bit since last season, so it's nice to see him being able to perform and try and breach that next skill plateau, so to speak. And we'll be seeing him still. So don't worry, remember guys, all these matches are best of 3s apart from the grand final, which is a best of 5. It's not single elimination, it's a double elimination. So David has still got a second opportunity to make it to the grand final, which if he does, he will be just 1 track behind in terms of the advantage score. Of course, if you come from the upper side of the bracket, you do have that 1 track advantage, which is anyone will take that for days, and it means a huge amount, especially at this skill level. So congratulations for Jägermeister. We'll be seeing him once again in the upper bracket final, as we'll be waiting, or he will be awaiting Onio or Sukchi in the other semi-final.
Yep, solid performance. On he goes. Let's see whether he can continue his run into the finals like he did last time around in last season. Jägermeister, obviously, he lost that one 3-1, so he's going to want to try and turn it around. Has been a champion here before in the Snapdragon Pro Series, so wants to see if he can reinvigorate himself and get himself back on that, get that trophy once again.
Yeah, sure he will indeed, but we'll have to see if 60 Onyo is going to be the thorn on the backside, which I'm sure they will be anyway. As we are going to come to a break, we will come up with our next upper bracket semi-final between Onyo and, of course, 60. So, guys, don't go anywhere. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL. The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We are back and well on our way through the Android finals. One match down, plenty more to come. Lethal, how did you find that first match?
Yeah, it was great. I was just surprised that Jägermeister made that major error on that second track. It's very uncharacteristic of him, but you could see how much of a clean performer he is, as that third track was just a great example. With both players, no one really making any major mistakes, just perfect racing coming up for Jägermeister, great lines to back it up, and good nitro efficiency overall. So I'm sure Suchti and Onyo will be taking note, obviously because they've been playing Jägermeister time and time again over the years, but of course, first they need to get through this next match between Onyo and Suchti, and it's going to be a close affair in itself.
Absolutely. I mean, I hope so. D-Man, you were saying earlier that you think that these races in general are going to be a little bit closer than the iOS races. I guess the first match has been a really good start for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in fairness, it was a massive error by Jägermeister rather more than anything that David did. So maybe we'll see whether it goes that way. Onio Sukti coming up next definitely could be a close one. Both, obviously, I think they've both been champions at some point. I know Sukti obviously won the last series last time out, but I feel like Onio may have won it as well at some point over the years. The name has certainly been there or thereabouts for a long time. So obviously representing RPM, top organization for Jägermeister. He's representing Fusion, by the way. Just we didn't put that out there earlier on. But yeah, honestly, you know, up into the upper bracket final once again for Jägermeister. Will he go the distance? Keep your eyes on it. We'll see.
Well, yeah, we will be finding out imminently. Lethal, I'm going to ask you a weird little question.
Go on, I love my weird questions, mate. Go on.
Do you think the drivers get dizzy?
Well, mate, I think at our age, we probably get motion sickness watching this sometimes. But do you know what? I think when you're accustomed to watching so many of these games and matches and that, and obviously the amount of time trials and qualifications over the years, this is just basically normal for them. I bet if they actually played any other racing game, I don't think it wouldn't be too slow for them in comparison with the amount
I don't
of...
mean the player, I mean the actual driver in the car.
Oh, the actual physical driver, yeah.
Definitely.
He's had a few concussions in his time, I'm sure.
Now, I hope that we haven't been too distracting with this conversation. There are codes up on screen. You may have missed one already. Here's the second one. Quick, log into the game, put it in right now. Really, really exciting stuff. Demon, anything you want to add to the Dizzy conversation, or do you want to move on to something more serious?
No, we can move on, I think.
Give me more.
All right, well, I'll tell you what. Instead of giving you more conversations about that, I'll give you more matches. The next one is ready. Let's jump into it.
Lovely. Cheers, Dan. You know us, mate. We've got plenty more matches here in this Android side. Onio versus Suchti. Suchti he's got such an urge to beat Onio now because obviously he lost to Jägermeister in the lower bracket of the Lamborghini Asphalt 9 tournament. So he wants a bit of revenge, Lee. He wants a bit of revenge. Yeah. So, of course, Onio is going to be his first hurdle. And once he's taken him down, he's going to be looking back for the revenge match for a potential upper bracket final. But let's see what Onio can do first here. As already, Suchti has got the advantage on that right-hand side. So try and put him a doubt a little bit to get that advantage. We'll get that few tests for second. Hopefully, both of them will go underneath to get that nitro required. And looks like they're both going to do exactly that.
Yeah, a couple of spins coming out from Onio as well, just to hit that shockwave, both following the same path here. Both actually boosting further than the other because neither of them landed on the canister. They actually went over it, so nobody benefited from that. Ordinarily, you drop a little earlier and managed to catch that. But close racing, as I say, Sukti defending champion of the SPS series here, so absolutely looking to see if he can continue where he left off last season back in, I think it was April, was it June? I'm trying to think when it was now, the spring series, either way. And at the moment, he's looking good. He's looking very good. Neither driver making a mistake, though, so this is much closer. Could be a tad closer for Onio here. Let's see how he manages to handle these two tight corners. Ooh, that's not what you like to see. Yeah, that was not a good ending to that corner sequence.
It certainly wasn't at all. Onio has been known in the Android scene for being always the bridesmaid and never actually won a Android competition yet. And he's had so many second places. In the back of your mind, you probably think, oh, he actually must have won one or something.
It's the Alex of Android.
Exactly. That's exactly what I said earlier. The Alex of Android. He literally is at this point. Even in the Windows event at the Asphalt series back in April, he came second in that as well. So it doesn't seem to matter which platform. But going to his race at the moment, Suchti looking formidable at the moment, looking to make a great performance here to try and close us out on the second lap. We know we've still got a little bit more time to go, but at this point here, you kind of feel like Suchti needs to wreck or make a major error in order for Onio to bring this back.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them, Suchti looking solid so far. You can hear Onio just hitting everything he can to try and gain that ground. It's really going to be onto Suchti to make an unforced error, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I'm very interested to see how the times will compare to Jägermeister and obviously Future Flash, who we saw earlier on over on the iOS side. At the moment, obviously, it was a 2:41, massive time from Jägermeister last time out here. Suchti not really under pressure. This is where the mistakes could have come. You can see the perfect markers. That's not what we like to see. But well, this is more like it. So we see Sukti, and he is looking solid all the way. No mistakes made, and going to be just cruising around with boost after boost after boost as he goes over the line. A 2:41.931 there. So quick time once again. 2:41.298 was the time coming out from Jägermeister.
Yeah, I was just about to say, yeah, also managed to bag a 2:41 as well. Not really too much mischief at the very beginning. I think Suchti kind of obviously trying to get that early lead with that straight line up to the undergrounds. And of course, Onyo was a bit unsure maybe to play dirty a little bit more towards the side, but he had to do it a lot earlier on, but decided not to. But Suchti, fundamentally gifted player once again, looked very, very good going into this. And I don't favour Onyo's chances too much for what we saw there. I'll be interested to see how Onyo plays this next track out if he's the one with the early lead and positional advantage.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously he had that slight little buffer of an advantage at the start, but overall, not too many mistakes. I mean, for Onyo, obviously we saw him just coming out of that grass section, catching the wall. That was really the only error that he made. Neither of them wrecking, neither of them making big mistakes. You can see he's not that far behind. You know, I think it was 2:46 over the line, but more a case of once that impetus, there was no point to power on. So it will be the first race going Suchi's way. It does mean we go over to Himalayas cliffhanger next for track number 2.
And we know how much of a doozy this track can be, especially during that first half going into Himalayas, and it's going to be an incredible feat. So we'll have to see if Suchti is very eager to get into upper bracket final. I know that, of course, losing to Jägermeister only a few weeks ago just gives him that, not saying his blood's boiling, but he's, you know, very eager to just have that rematch against Jägermeister. Could see a couple, depending on the circumstances here and how these brackets goes. And as you can see, Lee pointed down to another code once again. Make sure you redeem that to get all those gifts from Game After 4 Asphalt 9 for your device or platform. And now we have to see now if Suchti will close this out 2-0, which it looks like he should do. He's making quite comfortable work with Onyo, and it's like I said before, Onyo's no slouch. He's an incredible player on this platform.
Absolutely. Obviously, for Suchti, it would be a revenge match with the Jägermeister, a return, I guess technically after the Lamborghini challenge just a couple of weeks ago. So if he were to get to the upper bracket, maybe you can close this one out a quick 2-0. We are going on to Himalayas, which is a tricky track. We saw obviously Jägermeister wrecking on there just a few moments ago. We know it's absolutely possible to make unforced errors. So a tough track for either driver coming into this one. RPM, of course, looking to try and get themselves a driver into that finals this time around. They had one over on the iOS side. Can they get one on the Android? It's down to Onyo, who's got a bit of work to do here.
He certainly does, and Suchti's actually going to be the one on the inside lane. He may even try and deny him from this jump. We'll have to see, but it looks like he's so far ahead, he doesn't even need to even worry about that too much. And both of them going to barrel roll equal in terms of air time, and the barrel roll is performed, and both of them using that shockwave now to get round this next bend. Of course, this next bend could be a little bit of a doozy here, of course, with the invisible platform as they go after this next jump momentarily, and they'll be able to successfully do that. But instead, actually, Onyo not going for the barrel roll, but Suchti's actually favoured it and should be able to have a way to increase his lead here from Nitro gained. Oh, he missed the jump as well from Onyo.
Shockwave as well from Sukti. Does manage to get the shockwave now, but you can see the difference. Look at that. That's such a huge gap gained by Sukti there already. He's going to be looking at that. He may even think that Onyo wrecked there. Obviously, he doesn't see the notification that there's been a wreck, so we'll be aware. But we're probably wondering how the hell did he just fall so far behind. For Onyo, well, you got to knuckle down. See whether you can pull anything back from this one. If anything, just see for your own sort of pride, effectively, to see whether you can try and gain some ground back, and just see what you can do. See if you can go for it. Just try and gain on Sukti. We saw Jägermeister make a massive mistake, and obviously for David was, well, I don't know if he was this far back, but he was close either way. But a big wreck definitely can cost you. It can happen, and there's still a chance.
Certainly is, but I kind of feel like at this point for Suchti, he has to literally wreck before anything else in order for Onyo to bring this back. And no barrel rolls again coming up from Onyo. Decided to ride the railings instead, but failed miserably, which again, very unfortunate. He had to try and at least gain some more nitro in order to close that gap. But Suchti now, he realises that, yeah, there's not really too much more he needs to do. He could wreck once or twice if he likes, if he wants to, well, not exactly treat himself, but he did. But the thing is that he has to do it again, though, isn't he? So it looks like even with that wreck, he's still got a credible lead so far, and this is going to be it here, as we've only got about 15% to go.
Yeah. Luckily for him, yeah, absolutely. He was far on ahead. Wrecked in the same place that Alex did, if I'm not mistaken, in his race. So Sukti will pick it up 2-0. Onio will go down to the lower bracket to face off against David. But of course, the next race will be that upper bracket, Sukti versus Jägermeister, a repeat of what was the finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series back in the spring.
Certainly, yes, indeed. So Sukti will get his, not revenge match as of yet, but you could say return match against Jägermeister. Of course, they both faced each other, as we mentioned, in the Lamborghini event a few weeks ago. So there's going to be another time for him to try and topple Jägermeister if he can. But both of them performed incredibly well in both of their upper bracket semi-final matches. And it's going to be, I think that it's going to be as close and fair as we've seen between Fra and Alex. It's going to be back and back, neck and neck. And we have to see exactly who's going to be able to topple one another. But honestly, I'm very excited to see who's going to come out on top in this upper bracket final coming up next.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, going into the head-to-head effectively that we have coming up, you know, in terms of technicalities, it's a different car, different tracks, so, you know, it really could be different. It could have been a case of that Lamborghini suited Jägermeister. He preferred the straight line speed or the slightly tighter cornering maybe that the Bentley offers. Who knows, you know, what could work between these two cars, and obviously the tracks that we have selected here for the SBS upper bracket finals compared to what were in the finals for the Lamborghini. So there's a lot of differences that could make a complete difference to the outcome.
It honestly could do indeed. I'm very excited to see how this upper bracket final is going to unfold as well. So we're not going to talk too much here. We're going to go straight into a break and get ourselves ready for this upper bracket final between the likes of Jägermeister and Sukti. So guys, make sure you guys don't go anywhere, because this is going to be a spectacular match as we continue on in this Android bracket. So don't go anywhere. We're back in just a few moments. As we will actually continue anyway. Looks like we will be, before we go into it anyway, before we go to a break, Lee, just your thoughts on Sukti and Jägermeister. But we've seen Sukti and Jägermeister come at time and time again, but we'll probably go over it in just a few moments anyway. So now we're going to go to a break, so not actually scale any further, as we'll be back very soon.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
We're back. It's the Android finals, and we are moving on to the upper bracket finals. Demon, these are the two teams that you expected to be here, right?
Yeah, two drivers, absolutely. They were finalists last time out in the Spring Series. They were finalists in the Lamborghini Series. Hello! Well, it's going to be Sukti versus Jägermeister once again. It's not too surprising, but yeah, Onio put up a decent performance, especially on Rome. Obviously, was a strong performance overall, but Sukti just putting in an incredible time, just the same as Jägermeister had. Both very strong on that track, it seems. And overall, Sukti just solid, absolutely solid. Didn't really put a foot wrong. Obviously made a single mistake on the Himalayas track, but at that point it didn't really matter. He was so far ahead that he could actually afford to wreck, and Onio just unfortunately not able to live with him today. It means he's not done yet. He will go down to the lower bracket. We'll have that in a few moments, but we'll be moving to the upper bracket to see whether Sukti here can battle Jägermeister, a revenge match effectively between the two.
Lethal, was there anything else that stood out to you about that last game, about Suchi's gameplay?
Not a huge amount. It's just the fact that their lines have been impeccable, and it's just great mechanics from both of these players. The fact that they've not had to need to do too much in order to increase their lead massively, just great nitro management and refinement overall. And there wasn't really too much pressure on their shoulders, so we didn't really see too much out of them. The only way we can maybe establish a little bit more in terms of better gameplay from the two players is when they actually go at loggerheads against each other, which is what we're going to witness very soon. So I'm very excited to not only watch this unfold, but be able to dissect what actually occurred during these next tracks. Should be a good one.
Yeah, they will be facing off against each other in this next race. But don't forget, this is a double elimination format. As you can see on screen now, the loser of this race will go and face the winner of Totally Not David versus Onio, and then the winner of that match will play against whoever wins this one. Wow. I really made a mess saying that out loud, but hopefully you understand. Even if not from what I'm saying, just from looking at the screen in front of you. Why am I here? I don't know. Just to make things more complicated, I guess. But seriously, though, there's still a lot of racing left to go today, and everyone's pointing down. Oh, there's another code. Demon, do you expect that we'll end up seeing a rematch today? As in, like,
a rematch of the upper brackets,
and then a rematch of the finals?
Yes, yeah. I do. Yeah, I absolutely do. I think these two are the clear favourites in this. I was interested to see what Onio could bring. It just didn't seem to have enough for Sukti there. And I think whoever, whether it be Jaeger or Sukti drops down, I think they're not going to have too many problems against Totally Not David or Onio, unfortunately.
Well, I don't think we are going to have to wait too much longer as this upper bracket finals is about to start. Lethal, do you have any last words of anticipation before we jump into it?
All I know is that if this doesn't go on all the way, I'll be so sad, because honestly, these two guys have been playing so well over the last two series, and the fact that we're going to see a lot more different strategies between these two, because these two guys were so far ahead of their opponents in those two semi-finals, there's not really too much to dissect or take apart. But this time round, it's going to be very different. And what they're going to do at the start against each other, how they're going to try and get ahead of each other by using some techniques and that nitro management refinement, and also some of the risks they use across some of these jumps. So honestly, extremely excited to see who's going to come out on top. We know that both these guys are also previous champions here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, and Suchti looking for another, also for that revenge match. But Jägermeister, it's been a little bit of time since he's won the Snapdragon Pro Series, so he's probably quite an eager beaver to try and gain another trophy in itself.
All right, guys, I am going to quit my yapping as the next match is ready. Take it away.
It's all right, Dan. I love your yapping, mate. I could hear you all day, but sadly we haven't got too much time now, as we're now going to head up into this upper bracket final lead between Jägermeister and Suchti, and I'm very excited to see how this is going to unfold. It's going to be a huge pack of action here going between these two, and of course the tracks here will be Industrial Revolution for Osaka, Tipper Stream on Rome, and then if it goes to it, we're going to head to the US Midwest for the Transcontinental Race, and of course a very spacious track in itself if we get that far. But we know how tight-knit this track can be, a lot of narrow portions to this track as well, a lot of tricks of the trade you can use in order to gain that nitro to maybe top of your opponent, but already Suchti gains the lead with that first jump.
Both hitting the emotes at the start as well. But well, let's start from Suchti. Let's see. Okay, Jägermeister choosing a different route here, going up high. Interested to see him go through the garage. I don't think I've ever seen anyone not do that route through the garage there on the Osaka, but it didn't really matter either between the two, it seems. But Suchti both hitting the shockwave there as they come into the tight horseshoe in just a second. You can see pretty much even between the two. Nobody going to make too many mistakes. Now, this is where you can gain time if you hit it right. Both hitting the shockwave dead on parallel so far as they come through the tight, twisty circuits, both sliding perfectly, both hitting the shockwave almost identically. Don't think it's a surprise here, Harry, that we're seeing these two drivers in the final before, because they are both driving identical to one another.
Yeah, even the nitro I'm looking at in terms of what they've had, what they've gained so far has been almost equal. It's been extremely tiny here, but this landing is so important here, and they both actually landed in quite a similar fashion. Jägermeister had a little bit more of a jump there, so it's going to cost him a little bit of mileage, but still not too far behind, probably about half a second here, with Jägermeister actually saving for the shockwave over the right route, and Suchti actually decided to go bang on into the centre underneath with the perfect nitro. Jägermeister got a little bit more airtime, of course, with that barrel roll, and should be able to creep up a little bit as we're now going to be full screening onto Jägermeister to see how he's going to try and close this gap. But both of them playing almost perfect in, as I say that. Jägermeister with a really bad bump, and that is definitely going to cost him this first track.
That was one of those moments where you could see it coming, but you could do nothing about it.
Yeah.
I was just like, is he going to move left? Is he? No, he's just in it. I thought maybe I'm thinking wrong. Maybe he's just going to glance past it and there's some sort of skill move that I'm not seeing. But no, that was, well, that's the difference right there. Jägermeister just almost seemed like I mean, he was going down a straight, for goodness sake. It's like just a loss of something. Maybe he was just trying to think of the track ahead and think where he could maybe make something work for him, and just a slight loss of concentration cost him here. I mean, he was trailing already, so it's not the end of the world, but Suchti will take the first race.
Yeah, not something you normally see. I did say before the track even begun that there's a lot of tight or narrow portions of this track. I think it was slightly on the right-hand side. I think he realised, but it's like he said, we saw it coming as well, and this is a little bit too late. As I was mentioning that, I was saying these two drivers are playing almost perfectly, and then I said the word perfect. I was like, as he bumped onto the right-hand side, I could not believe it. But interesting strategy, Joe. Yeah, well, I'm not a superstitious person, but do you know what? I might start slowly believing in it.
You're a commentator. Curses happen all the time. There's no superstition involved in it. This happens.
At least I can say it's not my fault. If I say I'm a superstitious, that's the only excuse I've got.
I've lost count of the times this happened during my commentating career. I tell you, I just got to be careful what you say. Yeah, here we go. Look, just that moment there, you just saw him coming towards you. You're just like, is he gonna? No, he hasn't. Okay. Yeah, that's that. So obviously just a one small error. But I mean, up until that point, both were pretty much playing perfectly there. But Suchti will take the first track. It means we're going to go over to Tiber Stream now for Rome. A relatively tight, twisty track. But I feel the start could be big here. The start could be huge. We'll see how it pays out. If you remember, obviously back to the iOS side, this was where a little bit of pressure was put onto Future Flash, just a little, by Alex, but overall, he came out on top pretty solidly. I'm just interested in the times, actually. I was just going to have a quick look at the times to see how tight it was.
It's hard to go by the times, though, isn't it? Because we don't know how many times they bumped into each other, how many times it's difficult,
Yeah, indeed. But yeah, Future Flash definitely was pressured by Alex until Alex wiped in the last one. So we'll see. There is potential for wiping out here. That is the main thing I think we should focus on. Obviously, whether you don't mess up.
Yeah, this is going to be it as well, and it's definitely one track where you can pull off all the stops in order to try and close that gap. We know that there's some tracks where, you know, there's a lot of space but not really too much maneuvers in order to try and close the gap if you're not the cleanest of racer or the most mechanically gifted. But let's see how things are going to go here with both these players. Switch using that double nitro. It looks like Jägermeister doing the exact same. It managed to get the head, but he's actually got more air time, and Switch actually falls short, and it means he has to go over that jump once again, D-Man. So it's going to be even further behind, and he's also crashed onto the bridge and actually wrecked again.
Wow. You hate to see it, don't you? I mean, he's just obviously now it's a case of he's done. He's done 2 laps and we're done. Unless Jägermeister makes a mistake. What I was about to say before they got into that jump was, if you remember between Alex and Future Flash, Alex actually took a different route because he knew that both cars like that spinning at the same time, you're rolling dice, right? You're rolling dice about, you know, both of you spinning at the same time. Who's going to catch each other? You know, when you clip, who's going to be the one that gets wiped out? It can be a roll of the dice, whereas instead he went for the barrel roll off the edge of it, just to play it safe so they didn't get caught into that horrible 50-50 RNG style, both spinning at the same time jump. Because, you know, I mean, I'd love to say both these guys know exactly what they're doing during that spin and know whether the one's going to come out on top, but I'd like to think that, but there we go. Now, Sukti actually does it this time, what Alex did before. But, yeah, I mean, the damage is done. Right, that one.
Yeah, I can understand that from Alex as well. These players do like to eliminate some of the lag factor involved, but it can cost them a couple of tenths a second in the process. So it's kind of like rolling that dice as you rightly spoke of. And now Jägermeister, we're just waiting for him to finish his lap now and just finish his track and just get underway, which it does mean that even though he was the one who actually crashed and fell out on that first track, Suchti did it right at the very beginning. But the worst thing was, because of where he actually wrecked himself, it positioned him further back, which meant that he had to go and do the jumps again, which cost him another couple of seconds. But it doesn't really matter at this point. At this high level, you wreck once in any fashion, doesn't matter if it costs you 2 seconds or 5, then you're pretty much done for, unless somehow like your opponent's going to cause a monumental error in itself, which is going to be highly unlikely. It's going to place.
Wasn't that far behind? I mean, considering not that far behind overall, only
5.5 seconds.
But I mean, it is. I think he double wrecked me at one point. So, in fairness to Jägermeister, was probably taking it very easily when they went around there. But yeah, so 1-1 all square once again means we're going to move on to the third and final race here, which would be the US Midwest Transcontinental race, and obviously moving back to the Continental GT3s as well. RIP the GT3 does not exist anymore, unfortunately. So only in gaming.
Only in gaming, indeed. And you saw there as well that Suchti, there was a part of him during that first jump when he was doing the 360s that it was a little bit worried that maybe Jägermeister could land on top of him, which is obviously, you know, potentially could happen. But it was the fact that the back of his car barely scraped the railings to cause that wreck. Just, again, very unlucky with that jump. And because of the speed he was going at, it's a speed he's probably not used to when he had to replicate the jump again, which, of course, made him crash into the bridge afterwards. So that is going to be the track going to Jägermeister. It's going to be one apiece in this upper bracket final. And, of course, whoever wins this next track will be going into the grand final with that one track advantage. So important, especially at this skill level.
Yeah, absolutely. DHL, they're going to deliver right there. They're delivering maybe a big race here in the upper bracket final, that's for sure, because I mean, this is one to obviously, without stating the obvious, yeah, the winner's going to be in the grand final, but more importantly, the winner's going to be in the grand final with a race advantage. So that's what this race now lies upon. One best of one, you know, 1-1 all in the series, one single race to decide who's going to get an advantage in the grand final. It's huge. Not only that, you're in the grand final already, so you're already at minimum $700 for first or second, obviously, and your opponent's going to get dumped down into the lower bracket. It might not even get here, get to the grand final. So there's so much that relies on just this single race right now. It's actually pretty big.
Yeah, one major fault that's going to cost you. Straight into the lower bracket you go, and then you've got to try and make your mark there. But let's see who's going to be coming out trumps here into this upper bracket final, going to the grand finals, or who's going to be dropping down into the lower bracket final. And we're starting off from Switch's perspective. As you can see, Jägermeister with that inside lane is going to be getting a canister as well. Nice, small early lead here, small win for him. And Switch now is going to have to try and close this gap, as both from Shockwave equally going over this next jump. Both of them also going to use that 360 to their advantage. And I'll be trying to see exactly maybe some of these straight jumps, if they use the barrel roll, if they're going to play it safe. We'll have to witness that shortly. Both using the Shockwave once again. And he actually collides with the wall, which is great. It's going to give it a lot more nitro, trying to overtake, but Jägermeister used the 360 to gain a little bit more nitro on his end to at least maintain his lead. Not increase it, but just maintain it for now.
Actually defensive driving as well. Block. Now you see the shockwave from Jägermeister. Suxi didn't have it, so he's having to double boost to try and keep in lane. Now they both have the shockwave. Okay, one up high. Jägermeister Rex goes down low, and that could give Suxi a huge advantage now here with a chance to reach the grand finals.
I'm starting to believe this curse factor now. I said about the barrel rolls on these straight jumps. He went over that straight jump and the barrel roll failed. That was my
This is a tough track.
Yeah, it is. It's quite a spacious track, but there's still little nicks and crannies here and there where you can at least perform and close this gap. But Switch now, surely he'll be the one to take this and end up in the grand finals.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, because there is opportunities to wreck here, but obviously in the second lap now underway, he's going to probably try and play this as safe as he can without actually making a big mistake. You mentioned Suxi obviously ride the rail really nicely back there. He is hitting everything just as he needs to. Doesn't go towards the rail this time, doesn't risk it. Instead goes off the edge there. Ooh, almost rocked himself overwards, but manages to keep it. Now, here we go. We're approaching the section where he wiped out last time. Let's see whether Suxi plays it safe as he continues to get that shockwave. Jägermeister, as you can see, so far behind, only just entered that tunnel section. Now, over the jump. Clean as you like. Suxi just played that right down the middle. It's like the perfect golf shot right there.
Yeah, he is not going for that barrel roll jump. And Jägermeister failed it for a second time. I think he just wanted to really just see if he can successfully do it once again. He had to anyway, but it's not like this is going to make too much of a difference. Failed it once again, and it's difficult. When you do these straight jumps and the barrel roll on top of it to boot, it's difficult to use that durability to try and stay on the track as well. But it's so important if you successfully do it, because then that way you've got all that speed, momentum, and the nitro to back it up in order to continue to maintain that lead. But sadly, it's not going to be the case. As Jägermeister does fall short, Switch Team will win his upper bracket final 2-1. We'll be seeing him in the grand finals later with that one track advantage, and Jägermeister will be weighted on Onio and David in the lower bracket final.
Yeah, tough hits for Jägermeister. You know, the times that he's actually lost the race, every single one so far has been down to him wiping himself out. That's what's the difference has been. If you think back to Himalayas, that was him wiping. Osaka obviously was down to that, and now here. So every time, it's really he's his own worst enemy, is what I'm saying.
Just about to say they're both their own worst enemy on all three of those tracks. But it's understandable though with the pressure and everything else. I think Suxi on the second track was very, very unfortunate. Literally, the rear end of his car barely clipped that railing. Of course, it's like I'm talking like a few percentages of his backside, which again, you know, it can happen to the best of us. I can understand maybe he's trying to avoid not being toppled on with Jägermeister doing the 360 above him, so he was probably maybe second guessing a little bit, trying to get on the right hand side. He was on the right hand side a little bit too much, but that is going to be the upper bracket final done and dusted. Suxi taking that 2-1. Jägermeister may see him again later on. Wouldn't be surprised if he does, considering how fundamentally he's been playing so far in this tournament.
Yeah, so obviously down to the lower bracket he goes. He's going to be playing the winner of obviously the next race, which will be Totally Not David up against Onio, RPM Onio. So I guess from that point, everybody gets to play everybody. There we go. That's about as fair as we can make it, right?
Absolutely. And with David and Onio, it'll be interesting to see how they're going to perform against each other in this first match of the lower bracket, because we've spoken a little bit about how they've been performing against, of course, Jägermeister and Suxi. You kind of feel like they're on another level in terms of their performance in comparison. So for these two, it should be quite a close affair. We'll have to see how things go. But before we do that, and going into our lower bracket matchup between Onio and of course none other than David. We're going to take a quick short break. So guys, get a tea, get a brew, get some snacks, get what we need to do, as we'll be back in just a few.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
Upper bracket finished with some now. Things get serious as players are going to start getting knocked out, with the 4th place prize still being $200. That's not so bad, but still, it pales into in comparison to what else the players can win. Demon, this is where things get real.
Yeah, absolutely. It's this knockout phase now, so the money is very much on the line. Obviously, 200 for last place is not bad no matter what, but obviously the money just keeps on growing as you go higher and higher. And for these drivers, especially the likes of Jägermeister, he's going to be thirsty to reach that final again. You know, really errors on himself is the only way to put it. You know, he's his own worst enemy in that race there. You can see where he clattered into that. That is an error you don't normally see. That is like, that was an unusual mistakes that we don't often see, and that's just like slight focus issue maybe, I don't know, whatever, maybe it distracted him when he was racing, but either way. And then again here we see the same from Sukti. This is like, we were talking about the difference between what Alex does there, obviously, you know, the less risky play, and then he goes and does the same again. It's just like, oh my god, the definition of pain right there. But yeah, for Sukti, obviously that was not what he wanted. So for both these drivers, you know, they were actually got in each other's in their own way. Is that the right what I'm saying? Yeah. They got in their own way. It wasn't a case of like their opponent took them down. It's a case of they made the error, which gave them the loss. So definitely, I don't think anyone wants to face Jägermeister in the lower bracket final. Obviously, Onyo probably the favourite to reach that matchup, but he's got to beat Totally Not David yet.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a lot of battling for these players to do. You guys were saying that Jägermeister's losses have all been sort of as a result of his own actions rather than anything else. And I guess that's what these lower bracket players can hope for. Can they match into Jägermeister for him to make a mistake again? In the meantime, of course, next up, we do have our first lower bracket final. And Lethal, you were saying just a minute ago that you think this one is going to be quite close.
I think it will be, considering what we've seen from the times they've had on these races. A little bit similar to each other. Might be seeing something a little bit different going into this. We'll have to see. It's going to be, I do believe it will be quite close between the two, even though they may not be as gifted as Jägermeister and Suchti currently from what we've seen so far in this tournament here today. But Jägermeister and Suchti over the last couple of years have been like on the Mount Rushmore of the Android scene so far from what we've witnessed from the two. But for David and Onyo now, let's see what they can do here in this best of three. Of course, not a best of five. This is their last chance now to keep themselves alive in this competition. Of course, that $200 and $400 difference in comparison. And we'll have to see who's going to come up trumps. Now, with these two as well, I think David, I've seen a lot more consistency coming out from Onyo. Onyo seems to be his own worst enemy quite a few times. We've seen it time and time again. David's actually been more of a cleaner driver, but may not been as fast as Onyo. So that's the kind of scale I've been looking at between the two.
Everything to play for, everything to lose in our first lower bracket finals here in the Android Asphalt 9 Snapdragon Pro Series finals. Guys, make it a good one.
We will do, Dan. Cheers, mate. Appreciate that. And now we're going to get underway with our first lower bracket match between David and Onyo. And Onyo, we've said it before, in MENA second places, we can't even count. And now we're going to start things off a Stadium Lap, going to Pudong Rise and then Airport Escape. We haven't actually seen Airport Escape yet, because obviously the last lower bracket match and that first match on the iOS side was actually a 2-0. So we'll have to see if we get to it later on. We could do, considering how these two have been performing so far. But Onyo now going for left-hand side jump, but David just flying on in, going to that first spin. A little bit of a bump there as well, but now having to use the shockwave just to kind of maintain that lead.
Yeah, we'll see whether that works out, because Onyo is going for multiple spins. You keep calling him David, but he's totally not David, right? We were just calling him Bob from now on. I don't know. Onyo, though, is on the chase here, and it is totally not David that is setting the pace from the start and looking good here. We talked about obviously the race. He did take on Jägermeister and went 2-1 in that. So in theory, we should talk about him being the favorite in this race. And he's currently showing that way, hitting shockwave after shockwave there, really riding it well as he starts the second lap. Hits yet another shockwave, as does Onyo, as they boost over and continue their pace. But Onyo is riding the rails, trying to build up as much boost as he can, but honestly, totally not David is just not making mistakes. He's flying.
This is the exact point I made as well. David, or totally not David, as I keep saying in terms of habit, is definitely a clean driver. Maybe not as fast as Onyo, but it's like I said before, Onyo seems to make a few mistakes here and there with the barriers, the jumps, which is just adding up. But David is going to be fine with that. He may not be, the most unsafe driver, so to speak, but with that consistency, he could be able to bag this series. And saying that, Onyo's just landed full front on his head. And I did say before that this is his, as you mentioned, his own worst enemy, and just creating these self-exploited errors back and forth. So Onyo needs to add a little bit more of an element of caution now when he goes into the second track.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he was behind anyway, so there was nothing to lose. But totally not David's actually looking very good there in that race. So we'll see whether he can take it through. He's looking very happy with his win there in the Bentley. Moving on, of course, next track will be it's Pudong Rise, isn't it, next? So we're going to a very open track. So it's a case of who can get in the lead. Not really too many errors possible on Pudong Rise, if I'm totally honest, but it is going to be all on totally not David. Could he 2-0 this series? Could he step himself that one little bit closer? Have a rematch with Jägermeister potentially.
The way Totally Not David played that first track, honestly, that would not surprise me. So I wouldn't just say Totally Not David is the most unsafe driver. Maybe that's the wrong phrase for it. He just executes a lot of his jumps perfectly, but doesn't go too out of control or let things spiral out of control with some of the tricks he does. So that was a great way to close out that first track from Totally Not David, a 1:42.398 from him on Stadium Lap. And Pudong Rise are heading over to Shanghai now to see if it can close this out. And for Onyo, it's like you mentioned before, he's had multiple second places, top fours. He could be adding another top four, sadly, but we'll have to see how Totally Not David can continue to perform going into this next race. And of course, how can I forget the code? Claim it now, please.
I can't point at it.
Because do you know what? It's funny actually, because like I think you've been the most aware with these codes. I've been aware majority of the time, but that time, whoosh, completely over my head. How dare me?
It's right there. I keep spotting it, so it's all good. I got you guys. Don't worry. Well, I'll shout out every time there's a code there, so we can. If you're half looking at the screen, you'll hear me shouting, so you'll be ready for it. But yeah, I mean, honestly, Totally Not David is a rematch, possibly. I honestly, coming into this, I had Onyo flagged down as going to be taking this quite clearly, but Onyo just not at the races in that one there. Not too sure what's going through his mind, but it's going to be all about the start. We saw David coming flying in last time on the start of the race, so Pudong Rise is very much all about that. Very few error potential on this track. It's such a wide open expanse. Yes, it's got some tight corners. Yes, it's got some jumps. There is one or two moments where you could make a mistake, but not a lot. Let's see how this one goes.
Let's check it out indeed. Is Totally Not David does have an inside lane, so should be able to claim that early lead quite comfortably. Onyo with the shockwave fade, but it's going to be directly underneath it. But you can see he's actually moved over to the right-hand side. Don't want to risk it because he's going to be the one who would have been at fault. And Totally Not David, though, great double nitro usage over that last jump. Now going into 360 of his next jump, I presume. Yes, he is. And now he's going to continue on forward with great pacing, great timing as well. At least half a second in front already. But actually favouring the perfect nitro was using that break nitro trick. And Onyo actually went for the shockwave, going for the shockwave again. Broken just a little bit here. So he can now go for his next jump with the double nitro for himself.
Different route perhaps coming out from Totally Not David there, so interested to see whether it pays off for him. But yeah, there you go. I feel like Onyo actually gained quite a lot of time in that one.
Yeah,
I'm not going to lie, I felt like that wide route, he decided to go off left, and it was definitely a longer route, I feel. So Onyo, it's going to give him some bit of a spur moment on impetus to try and see if he can gain, maybe thinking this one was already lost. But now, as we are only at 25% race distance, it is a long old track, there's no doubt about it, so there is a chance, there is absolutely a chance here to gain. Now hot on his bumper, got to make sure he doesn't give him that bump draft, doesn't want to make sure that Totally Not David goes ahead. Here we go, shockwave goes straight, looking to land on him, perhaps, no, but he does overtake, but he can see he's still riding his bumper. This is the dangerous section. Can they make a mistake here? No. That's what I was looking for. The spin comes out, it's so risky, the spin, when your opponent is that close. It's almost the RNG factor. It's like, is it going to pay off for you? I gotta be honest. I mean, I really feel for Onyo there, but that's going to cost him.
I felt like he had to, because when he shockwaved over that previous jump straight, he had no nitro at all. So the only way he could do it is to 360, get the nitro required to then keep up with the lead he's able to maintain. But he didn't maintain it for long. Totally Not David just shockwave straight into him, gone, cheers, mate, I'll take this second track. And you literally gifted it to me on a plate. But of course, you could see Onyo wasn't going to be able to maintain it for long. At some point, Totally Not David was going to whiz round past him, even if it was from the outside lane. He had so much mileage going on the back foot and also with the nitro behind it. At some stage, he was going to be able to overtake. But Totally Not David, let's just check and make sure that he will finish it. Yes, he will do. So they've got a couple % left. And there we have it. Totally Not David will take this lower bracket round one match 2-0. But commiserations to Onyo. He played that really well on that second track. Almost overtook him. But of course, that one minor error did cost him. I kind of felt like he had to. I did understand why he did it. Maybe could have been a little bit safer and decided not to 360 and just deal with the current situation. But great race nonetheless to end it on.
Yeah, I'm actually very close for Pudong Rise. That was pretty close overall. I think almost down to Totally Not David taking that wider route, which actually surprised me somewhat. The first time I've seen someone taking that wider left route, which gave Onio suddenly, he was like, hang on a minute, he's just come out right in front of me. I've got a chance here. And this is where you see him, obviously, for the first overtake, neck and neck, side by side. But as you mentioned, you know, obviously just use that shockwave, and then Totally Not David's like, yep, that's easy for me.
Cheers, mate.
So, yeah, shockwave, straight power through him, wrecks Onio, and off he goes in the distance to pick himself up an easy victory, 2-0. And now he's going to get a rematch against Jägermeister.
He certainly is. And one of the main factors to Onio actually closing the gap quite considerably during that starter of the second lap was there was one jump Totally Not David didn't really maximize in terms of the potential. He didn't really get much out of it. He didn't get much airtime. He didn't really get much barrel rolls either. So all that nitro that Onio was able to gain, he closed the gap and used it really efficiently, which is why we saw him able to close that gap so well and able to keep that high amount of mileage by keeping those straight and refined lines. But even then, no, that straight jump with the shockwave, maybe he could have 360 with the shockwave instead. I don't think he would have overtook it, but it would have cut it very, very close indeed. But we've still got plenty more matches left to come here. Still got our lower bracket finals coming up for you shortly, and it's going to be a doozy, and we'll catch you in just a few minutes.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Totally Not David has made it through to the lower bracket finals, but now is where the challenge really begins. Lethal, as this is going to be a much tougher match for Totally Not David.
Yeah, magnificent plays coming out from David in that last game against Onyo. I did say it's kind of like quite a clean race there, sometimes unsafe to at least try and prioritise his position over Onyo. Onyo was his worst enemy, sadly, and he was once again a bit unfortunate, but doesn't go home empty-handed, does walk away with $200, and of course another one to add to the list of achievements there, gaining that top 4 in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And now, again, this is going to be a totally different concept now with Jägermeister, how well he's been performing. He's probably thinking about how he's going to get his revenge match against Suchti, but Jägermeister against Totally Not David. Totally Not David has got his work cut out for him here, and we need to expect something magical in terms of his performance here against Jägermeister.
We really do indeed, as Jägermeister is one of the better players in the Android sphere in this region. Demon, Jägermeister's been struggling a little bit today, though, making a few mistakes. Do you think that's something that he needs to be worrying about moving forward?
I'm not sure about worried about, but it's going to be in his mind. I got to assume, you know, obviously if you think of, well, every race he's lost so far has been a mistake he made. So, again, one against Totally Not David already. So, you know, obviously that series went 2-1. Should have been a 2-0. There's no doubt about it. He was in the lead. He made an error. Totally Not David benefited from it. So thank you very much. Can he do it again? Who knows? I mean, I'm thinking of the tracks we have coming up. Cairo is a tricky track. US Midwest Canyon Launch is a tricky track. You know, even Auckland, I guess you could say, is a tricky track. So there is a potential here that Jägermeister could actually make mistakes and cost himself a place in the final.
Yeah, well, hopefully, I mean, we don't want to see players win from because other players made mistakes. We want to see players win through pure, sheer will and determination, and hopefully that is what we're about to see. One of these players will make it through to the grand finals, the other will be eliminated. Take it away.
Cheers, Dan. Going into the lower bracket final now between the likes of Jägermeister and Totally Not David. Obviously, I think a lot more people are going to be favouring Jägermeister here, depending on how well Totally Not David is going to perform here. And I think it is safe to say, really, that a lot of the crashes, the wrecks we've seen, or the major errors we've witnessed throughout the entirety of this tournament, it's not really been influenced by their opponents too much. It's been basically self-proclaimed in terms of the errors they've been making on themselves. So let's see how things are going to go. Totally Not David isn't going to really try and push Jägermeister from that first jump. He's going to take it on his stride and just take that straight line perfectly. Gets the shockwave onto the next jump with the barrel rolls to boot. Brakes so he can go on the shockwave straight afterwards. Lovely stuff here from Totally Not David. And we're going to see if he can continue to maintain this lead. Not going to be an easy feat, though, compared to when he had to play against Onyo.
Yeah, and you can see on the mini-map that Jägermeister is right on his bumper as well. So not letting him get away there as they continue to mirror bump, jump to jump. And as I say, this is a pretty technical track overall. There's a lot of areas where mistakes can happen. Jägermeister taking a different route, going down low. So he's going to come in, maybe a bit of a surprise for Totally Not David here as he comes down right on his rear end once again. Shockwave from Totally Not David. So he's going to get the edge over Jägermeister. You could see boost bar was down a fair bit, so didn't really have the nitro to keep up with him, which is why that tiniest of gap comes out. But look at that corner control from Jägermeister on the inside, hits the shockwave, goodbye, and blasts past him on the inside. Love it.
And you saw with the shockwave as well, he bounced him a little bit, which cost him a lot of mileage as well for Totally Not David. So it's going to bring him behind by about half a second. Good 360s coming up from Totally Not David. So we've got a tiny bit more nitro, but obviously these guys using that brake nitro trick to keep maintaining. The amount of nitro there, Totally Not David was so close to clipping the top of the wall. That could have been a much worse scenario compared to what we could be witnessing now. But Totally Not David, he's been executing these jumps so well, riding the railing to boot, and now gaining a little bit more speed and momentum here, closing the gap onto Jägermeister, and Jägermeister now needs to be a little bit wary about the situation. He cannot play unsafe at all for the remainder of his track.
Yeah, no, a much better performance from Totally Not David here, really keeping Jägermeister in check as they go from jump to jump once again. Hit the next one. Doesn't go for the spin like Jägermeister did, which will give Jägermeister a bit more of that boost. You can see he's going to hit the shockwave on the jump, which Totally Not David did not have. And now he manages to clatter through that. That's going to slow him down even more. Jägermeister should have this one in the bag. 80% already done, so not really too many areas where Jägermeister could trip himself up, and it will be a much closer than expected first race, in my opinion.
It certainly was. Totally Not David put on a much better performance compared to what we saw previously. Maybe just settling himself in this tournament environment, but need to settle himself in a little bit quicker here with Jägermeister now going to finish things up nicely with the shockwave over for that last jump and get to the finish line. And that's going to be Jägermeister with this first track win. What we expected, but we did not expect it to be as close as we anticipated. As you can see there, just under 3 seconds apart between each other.
Yeah, that first lap, honestly, very tight between the two, and it's a sign of things to come. It's a sign for Jägermeister that this is not a done deal, right? This is going to be, you're going to have to fight for this. You're not going to be gifted a place in the final. You absolutely have to fight for it. Great, close racing. That's what I love to see. Something that we haven't really touched on too many times. When you're having such close racing like this, you have to really know the track ahead, because you're going to be also looking at that car in front of you, and you need to be thinking, I need to be over the left, I need to be right. You need to get, it's so easy to get trapped into the focus of staring at the car in front of you that you completely lose your positioning, or you're not quite on the right place to hit the apex, to hit the jump, to hit the nitro. It's so easy to sort of transfix effectively on what your opponent is doing that you kind of forget yourself. So you have to really know these tracks inside out.
I know what you mean. It's kind of like autopilot, kind of replicate what your opponent's doing, and completely understand that it can happen to some of us with the US Midwest heading over to Canyon launch next. And if it does go that far, and it could do, straights and hairpins in Auckland will be the final one. It's a track I do like to see because, as I witnessed before, normally the most mechanically and fundamentally gifted perform extremely well and do win 7 or 8 times out of 10 on that track. We saw it earlier between Fra and Alex, and how close was that match? It was just absolutely phenomenal. But now for Jägermeister, one more win should do it. Another code for you guys. Please, please, please claim, because we've had so many so far, and I'm sure there'll be more to come. So make sure you stay tuned for that, as now we're going to head into things very shortly. Just continuing on, if you're just joining us, this is the lower bracket final, and the winner of this matchup will go and head into the grand final against Suchti, and Suchti sitting there pretty with that one track advantage, just watching this match unfold.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a tough track. There's no doubt about it. This is probably, I would say, would I say it's the most technical track of the races we've had this today?
We do like City by the Bay.
Yeah, I mean, City by the Bay, yeah, but we honestly, we have City by the Bay that many times that I feel that most drivers, I mean, we saw obviously from Fra that, you know, he's absolutely expert on it. This is definitely a tough track, I would say. There's a lot of areas to make mistakes right here. Right now is where you can make a mistake there. Obviously, the next jump, there's so many little technical parts that I feel that you can really wipe yourself out so many places. But at the moment, both of them staying very much on top of each other. Again, Jägermeister having to trail in his first lap.
It's always that first jump with the straight barrel roll, which always worries me a little bit. We've seen a couple of players miss it. Even most experienced players can miss that jump. It's understandable. Totally Not David would probably prefer to have such a huge leap that he wouldn't have to do it, but Jägermeister's on his tail at the moment, literally right next to him. He's got more mileage. He has to go for the shockwave. Going to be able to get past him, and will he be able to? He does, but as he stops his opponent from actually gaining any more momentum from that previous jump, he's going to gain so much nitro as the fact that Totally Not David did not get barely any nitro airtime, but still on his tail.
Yeah, no, that's because Jägermeister landed so hard that he completely lost control a little bit, which brought Totally Not David back into it. Didn't want to clip that barrier. I don't think they were the shockwave running. So Jägermeister managed to hold on, but this is a very close one. And you can see Totally Not David once again doesn't go for the boost, just didn't have the nitro available. So went for the jump, but unfortunately that will wipe him out because he didn't have the power to clear over the top of the cliff.
And he didn't decide to go for the straight barrel roll. He probably wishes he did now rather than just going for the jump naturally. And that's going to cost him dearly here. He now just needs to hope that Jägermeister actually makes some kind of unforced error on this track, which can happen. But in all fairness, there's not really too much left on the track to go. Totally Not David just in the underground still. Jägermeister not playing it too unsafe, but playing it enough to at least maintain that lead and not really giving Totally Not David much of a chance to close this gap. Good barrel roll air roll from Jägermeister there, using a 360 to go around to this next bend. And this is looking very good now for Jägermeister to clutch up and head into the grand finals.
Yeah, he's not taking any prisoners either. Jägermeister's driving this like he's got someone on his tail. He's not taking it easy, let's put it that way. Continuing on his way as he comes over the line and to a place in the grand final once again against Sukti. For Totally Not David, third place. Not too bad, really. $500 in his pocket for reaching the lower bracket finals, but it will be a rematch of the upper bracket. What we kind of expected. Jägermeister once again versus Sukti. Sukti with a 1-0 lead going into that one. Sukti, the champion of SPS the last season, so he's the defending champion up against Jägermeister, the champion of just 3 weeks ago in the Lamborghini against Sukti. So really is a battle for the ages.
Yeah, definitely the prime rivals here on the Android platform. Commiserations to Totally Not David, but he walks away with third place and $400 in his back pocket. But fair play to him, he put on a much better performance, and he should be proud with how he was able to perform there. Just sadly, with that first jump on the second lap, which did cost him dearly. He actually went for the straight jump barrel roll in the first lap and decided not to go for it on the second one. So a bit unfortunate there from him, but he should be proud of how he performs, because night and day difference, as we saw, compared to when he was in the upper bracket semis there. And as you can see, Jägermeister able to take that 2-0, so we won't be going to straights and hairpins over in Auckland, which is a shame because I do quite enjoy that track, as we'll be seeing now Jägermeister with that revenge match against Sukti with that one track disadvantage in the grand finals.
Yeah, solid overall performance. Had to trail on the first lap both times and managed to turn it around with the overtake. So it's what you love to see. You want to see overtakes, right? You don't want to see someone leading from the start and just running away with it. So it's great to see how the composure he showed and the great close racing, I think, between the two. So Totally Not David going away with $500. Shouldn't be too upset about his performance overall.
No, he shouldn't be indeed. He put on a great performance overall, and I kind of feel like his consistency showed a lot more throughout that series. So it's a great way to finish things off. Of course, he didn't get away with the dub, but of course, these things happen. It's back to the drawing board, back to the lab, of course. But that's not over yet. We're now back to our final series of the evening with the Android Grand Finals between Sukti with the one-track advantage versus Jägermeister. So we're going to head to a break. So get all the snacks required, because this is going to be a spicy affair between the two, as we'll see you in just a few minutes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Here we go. They've played each other once today already. They're about to play each other again, but this time they're doing it for all of the biscuits. But, of course, there is a one-track advantage for Shooty this time, Lethal. How much do you think that does skew this game in his favor?
Huge, massively. Even just any kind of advantage, even if it's positional advantage on the tracks, it's going to be huge. But the fact that he's got a full track to his name, he can't complain at all in the slightest, which means that, of course, in some ways you could say he can be a little bit riskier on some of the other tracks. He could put a bit more pressure onto his opponent. He has that leeway or the availability to do that. But Jägermeister and Suchti, you know, these guys are absolutely the juggernauts in the Android scene and just going to continue to do so. And it's nice, but obviously for these two players like Mion is not here because, of course, in the Asian scene, especially in the Asia Pacific scene, he's actually a formidable opponent in the Android section as well. So for Jägermeister and, of course, Suchti, this should be, I would say, a much closer affair in comparison to what we witnessed in the iOS Grand Final.
Really? Wow. Okay. Well, that is exciting to see. And Demon, there is a bit of a journey for Jägermeister to go on in order to win at this finals. Do you think that it is possible?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. If you think of the race against Suchti in the upper bracket final, he was leading in those races and wrecked himself. You know, so absolutely he could go all the way here. I think this actually will be the entire series. Well, I think we'll go all the way in this series, to be honest. Obviously, Suchti coming in with a 1-0 lead is going to be a big advantage. But yeah, I think totally. Himalayas, Frozen Route, the first track, tricky one. We'll see. City by the Bay, absolutely massive chances there. But then we get into the Greenland Fire and Ice. I don't know. And then Cairo being the final track, who knows? Will we get there? I feel that we might. I feel that this is going to be the entire series.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. I totally agree. I feel like this one will also go all the way from what we've seen so far. But with 60 with that track advantage, I'm not sure. Of course, we've seen both these players. They've not influenced each other to create these massive errors or crashes or mistakes. It's actually they've been doing it themselves, self-proclaimed. So it makes you wonder now, like, how consistent they're going to be against each other. So the pressure is going to be really on the shoulders of both of these players.
Well, you know, we have crowned our iOS champion. It is time to crown the Android champion. $1,200 to play for. The finals, the grand finals, start now.
Thank you very much, as always, Dan. Android Grand Finals, this will be a best of 5. Suchti with that one-track advantage. Jägermeister is going to see if he could try and prove himself once again. These two have been at each other's throats for the last month, obviously back in the Lamborghini tournament only a few weeks ago, and they're back at it once again. It was a 2-1 to Suchti in the upper bracket final. Are we going to see a replication of this? We're not really too sure. We'll find out shortly. But Jägermeister with that nice early lead here and with the positional advantage, let's see what Suchti can do to close the gap or may possibly even overtake.
Yeah, nice work hitting the double there, but Suchti immediately hits himself the quick spin, gets himself right on the backside of Jägermeister. Both of them burning everything they can here before the jump. Here we go. Flip either side. Either both go left and right there. So still neck and neck as we come into the next corner. It's all going to be about when they hit that jump. Can they manage to catch it right? Both taking identical paths. Nobody going to land on top of each other yet. Little nudge there on the backside of Suchti. Shockwave comes out. Suchti hits it, but Jägermeister continues neck and neck throughout. I love to see these guys race.
I certainly do indeed. It's always nothing short of spectacular when we witness these two titans going absolutely at it in this grand final. Suchti was trying to overtake and actually got a lot more airtime, but even though it's nudged him, they're going neck and neck once again down this narrow portion of this track, and you can see that Jägermeister's got a slight lead in terms of the mileage, gets around, but they're both going to go over the track once again. Suchti does not get as much airtime. Jägermeister lands directly next to him, still neck and neck around this next bend, and just can't drift past him. Jägermeister used that shockwave to get a tiny bit more mileage with that brake nitro tick, and Suchti only using that double nitro, playing a tiny bit safer. My goodness me.
Oh my word, oh, it goes. Suchti just hits that little inside once again. So risky. Goes for the spin. Will get that extra boost. Jägermeister's got nothing. Suchti's going to be fully boosted out here, but he didn't make use of it. Didn't hit the canister coming down hard hard landing from both of them there. Neither really making it cleanly over that jump there with the shockwave in all. But wow, what a race we have on our hands here.
Both of them using that double nitro over that previous jump, drifting away once again, trying to get in the inside lane. And you can see Jägermeister trying to topple him, but managed to get in front. SwitchD does not get as much airtime, but uses the double nitro, using it into the perfect now, as both of them are going to glide across this left-hand side to gain more nitro. And you can see a little bit more airtime coming up for Jägermeister. Hasn't costed him mileage at all, and he's been knocked down. And so SwitchD is now looking to maintain that lead. Very back and forth, but almost wrecked himself there, and should, and I say should, be able to claim this first track.
Wow, what a race from these two. I mean, honestly, I don't think SwitchD can do a great deal about the wreck there. I mean, they were basically just neck and neck, side by side, and Jägermeister ended up going into the barrier. So he's just doing a spin to win here. SwitchD, with the victory, though, does take it 2-0, don't forget. So he's one race away from what could be a perfect finals here. But my God, what a race between the two. I mean, it was inevitable someone was going to wreck there. I think it's safe to say.
I'm surprised it didn't happen any sooner. That was just ridiculous. Already my favorite track. We had to wait quite a few hours for this to happen, but finally we saw a very close race between both these players, and SwitchD coming out on top. Honestly, it could have been anyone's guess. It was neck and neck for at least a good 30 seconds to 45 seconds. They're trying to get to off this jump, and you can see here as well, this was during the first lap. Not really too much to write home about. It's just the fact that SwitchD was just on his tail the entire time, and this is where SwitchD got a huge amount of airtime, as well as that barrel roll. Jägermeister sneakily trying to use that shockwave to get a bit more mileage in order to maintain that over that next jump. And Jägermeister was just absolutely after blood there, managed to get in front, but honestly, they must have crashed and gone on top of each other, I feel like almost half a dozen times, and we're lucky to get it once.
Yeah, absolutely. Crazy race, crazy race. Of course, it does mean that the next track is San Francisco City by the Bay, my favorite. And honestly, this is a track where anything can happen. Absolutely anything can happen. We saw in the grand finals over on iOS just how an amazing play can pay off on this track. And that's what I love to see. Like, if you have the ability to make the amazing technical play, especially around that Golden Gate Bridge section just coming out of the bay, is where you can really make a lot of time. It's such a risky maneuver, though. Oh my God, and you have to play it perfectly, like we saw Fra doing earlier on against Future Flash. The only track, unfortunately, that he picked up off him, but absolutely well worth the battle. But there is so many places you can wreck on this track as well.
You really could. We've seen countless wrecks on City by the Bay time and time again. But one of the great things about this track in particular, that even as the opposing person who's actually falling behind by half a second or a second, that one instance you're talking about in terms of like going through all those jumps and then go over the Golden Gate Bridge, you can gain so much time, so much nitro as well. And if your opponent decides to play it safe, it can really cost him dearly. And honestly, it could be anyone's guess here on who's going to take this next track. We know that SwitchD is currently up 2-0 in this Android Grand Final. Let's see if he can make it a 3-0 sweep, or if Jägermeister has got something to say about it. We're both at 3:16 over that first jump.
Jägermeister came out worse off there. SwitchD with the lead. We saw that with Future Flash as well, remember, with that spin. It's such a dangerous spin early on because you can either get knocked out of the way there. But let's see how they continue. Both hitting the spin, both through the air, looking pretty good. Jägermeister going for one extra spin, which gave him the shockwave there. Comes down just behind SwitchD. Does go for an extra spin as well. Some risky play, but it's not too surprising. He is behind, and this is obviously all for the series, all for the money right now. As we see both of them, it's going to probably drop down here. Yes, he will. He's got to hit the jump perfect now. Can they make the play? Oh, they're both going for it. They're both going for it. That's going to be incredible. Can they both hit it perfectly? Spin off to the left, spin off to the right, once again in the air, and they both play it perfectly. Incredible stuff. It is Jägermeister who chose to go a bit more of a direct route rather than using the shockwave, which you saw SwitchD using there through the corners, and they are neck and neck once again into the second lap.
SwitchD actually performed those jumps actually better in comparison. It was 316 throughout the entirety of the way while using that shockwave, but Jägermeister still on his tail directly behind them. Both are going to jump the exact same time, and in the end, Jägermeister will be the one who actually crashes, and SwitchD now is in the lead in this second lap. He's still got a little bit of time to work with, but SwitchD now, surely he won't be going over the Golden Gate Bridge after that fiasco.
Yeah, and this could be it. That's the clean sweep. 3-0 in the final. Sukti with the redemption arc coming out of the Lamborghini series just 3 weeks ago, where Jägermeister took the victory. Sukti, the defending champion of the Snapdragon Pro Series as well, could be making it yet another championship. He's not going to go for the extra spin. He's not going for the extra boost. Absolutely no reason to. Playing it safe as he goes, hits the shockwave and boost, and he's just a couple of corners away now from victory. Sukti is the champion of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Once again, repeat championships. You love to see it, but oh my word, I feel for Jägermeister. 2 times, 2 close battles, and it's Jägermeister, unfortunately, that falls.
And it's the first time as well we've witnessed not any influence from yourself, but obviously from their opponents. This time around, we haven't seen any kind of influence from the opponents causing these mistakes, but this time around, we saw it both times in both tracks. And my goodness, the performance from these two, this is definitely one of my favorite grand finals. Maybe not the scoreline we was after with the 3-0, but goodness gracious me, it was so hard to predict. But Suchti with that consistency, looking to get his own back after that Lamborghini Series tournament, and now is able to get that. So repeat champion.
It was the spin. So Jägermeister didn't go for the spin. Sukti did, and that's what wiped Jägermeister out. Just simply went for the spin on the jump as they were side by side. Oh, I mean, fair play to Sukti. Read the situation well. Of course, the wreck. So managed to play it perfectly. Gives himself a 3-0 and. Brilliant racing, honestly, brilliant racing between two, but absolutely love to see it from these guys. We said we'd be closer, you know, and while score-wise I expected it to go the distance, you could see how tight the racing was between the two. Brilliant races.
Well, there you have it. That is our show for the day, and a huge congratulations to Shuti for winning the whole thing. And again, commiserations for Jägermeister. He fought hard, tried to make that comeback through the lower bracket, but wasn't quite able to take it down, as that was a really fast finals. It was a good one, but it was a fast one. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time and review what has gone on during the Android show. And there you have it. Shuchi is going to be our champion. Lethal, this is pretty much what we expected, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, and I wasn't really too sure how it was going to go between Jägermeister and Suchti. I know that these two will probably go at loggerheads in the upper bracket finals and the grand finals, but because Jägermeister took him down only a few weeks ago, I wasn't really too sure. I thought, oh, okay, maybe Jägermeister's improved in game even further, which I didn't think was even possible considering how consistent he's been. But you really could not judge what was going to occur in both those tracks. Honestly, both of them put on such a great performance and put on a spectacle, not just for us, but of course all the viewers at home. And this is what Asphalt's all about. Honestly, you can't predict some of the situations and scenarios which could occur, and they both played it extremely well. Both very mechanically and fundamentally gifted players.
Very, very cool. I mean, personally, Lethal, I've had a great time for my first Asphalt broadcast. Demon, I'm guessing that you've had even more fun than I have, as you've actually been shouting out the action. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you just to take that last finals, we said it already, you know, the difference in maybe the track, the car, the smallest little differences can make a difference on these guys. So, I mean, that may be the difference. Obviously, he prefers the Lamborghinis maybe than driving the Bentleys. Small, tiny little things could make a difference. I mean, tiny little errors, like they were neck and neck for almost 2 laps straight on that first track. It was magnificent to see. It shows how close these guys are in terms of competition. Fantastic driving. Great. Congrats to the champions, both Future Flash and, of course, to Suchti.
There you have it. Guys, watching at home, don't forget to check out our socials. Check out our X, our Instagram, our Facebook, and our Discord server, because at the end of the day, it could be you here next time competing with the best of them for some serious prize money. I mean, I certainly wouldn't complain for the chance to win $1,200 playing some Asphalt. How about you, Lethal? You considering getting back into the
return
spirit?
Absolutely not. That's all I'm going to say. These drivers
too old for that now.
Yeah, maybe that as well. But the caliber of skill back in like Asphalt 4 to 6 to now in Asphalt 9, they're just raising the bar every single time, and it's honestly just amazing to witness the spectacle and the skill required here. But honestly, every single one of these drivers deserve to be here today, and we couldn't ask for more.
What about you, Demon? You're going to jump into some time trials?
Not a chance. I'm nowhere near it. I can commentate, I can talk about it. To actually try and do it, and I was saying it during the broadcast, like to see some of the maneuvers that, say, Future Flash was doing, like I don't know how many spins he did directly into a perfect right corner. It was just like, oh my god. It's like, come on, be fair on us mere mortals.
Well, there you go. That is our show. That has been the Snapdragon Pro Series Asphalt 9 EA Finals. Guys, I hope that we'll see you again very, very soon. Thanks for watching.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you